Here we are, folks. Episode 46. Abomination Vaults, Pathfinder Goodness. About to get started. We should have almost a full allotment of players tonight. Jesse will be joining us in a minute here. He's taking care of some things. He'll be playing remotely from work. How do you like that? Kyle, of course, will be streaming for him so he can see the map and all the good things that are going on. And we'll be seeing Cassandra. Eric, who's our newest player, he'll be joining as well shortly. So we're going to get started here. And we're going to do some catching up. Find out what happened from the last episode. That was interesting. And before we do that, let's do some introductions. What do you say? Kyle, you're up first tonight. Introduce yourself, your character, and your expectations for the night. What do you think's going to happen?
What's going on, guys? I'm Kyle. I play Arthurian, the second dwarf, but we're toughing it out anyway, socking it in there. And tonight, I have a feeling we're going to get some answers, possibly some answers. I hope we get some answers as to where this Carmen and this blade is, and hopefully recover the blade if we can. And then it'll be to the gauntlet we go.
Yeah, that's great. We'll see what happens indeed. Rachel, you had to drop out last session a little earlier than usual. What do you think's going on? Introduce yourself and your character while you're at it.
Sure. Hey, it's Rachel here. I play Althea. She is a gnome cleric. I'm interested to see what's going to happen because none of us have been over here, like player-wise, haven't been over here. And this is kind of heading into new horizons, delving into a cave that isn't the gauntlet, and that's the scariest part of all. This is way out of our comfort zone, I guess.
A little bit. Dizzy, you've been working hard on your backup characters. I wonder why. What are you thinking? What's in your mind?
Alessandra just has this odd feeling that seeing all this laying around, it's just not adding quite up in her head. Which I play, by the way, the Imperial Gunslinger, Alessandra. Like Arthurian, hoping to find some answers at the same time. Not very confident we might get those answers, but get something else that we were not expecting out of it.
Right. Well, we'll see. It's currently Farast 29, 4710. The companions, as they're known, heroes of Atari, perhaps, have been investigating the mysteries of the Gauntlet for well over a month now. They've currently made their way back into Otari after one recent excursion, after encountering a ghost, a spirit entity named Otari, one of the Rose Guard heroes, the rogue, the thief of the group, the Rose Guard. He spoke of strange things, strange happenings. He spoke of a barrier blocking any further travel below the Gauntlet. The characters encountered this spiritual wall that blocked their further progress and weren't sure what to do. But according to Otari, this ghost, Otari, he said the answer is clear. You must gather up the icons of the Rose Guard themselves, including myself. Those things that represent the Rose Guard members as individuals. You must retrieve them, bring them back, and place them upon a shrine that lies not far away from this barrier to the deeper parts of the gauntlet. The characters made haste back to Atari. We need to find these icons. They asked around. They found out about these icons. They were actually well known to some extent to the folks that live in Otari. Even Althea, who's lived in Otari for 5 years, has some idea of these icons. Particularly the sword of Vol Rajani, the fighter of the Rose Guard. The sword that was known as Zin Faran, said to be of magical quality. That was the sword that was stored in the Dawnflower, she said. I remember seeing it. But there was other things. There was the hunter's brooch, held by the cleric of the Rose Guard. There was also the book, the spell book of the wizard of the Rose Guard, known as the Threshold of Truth. They were able to track down these items, the book, the brooch, and gather them up, with the support of the mayor himself providing the brooch. Actually, it was a family heirloom, in fact, of the mayor. So it was an easy find, as was the book, held by Mordeblint. Odd fellow. The sword was next. However, when the companions made their way to the Dawnflower, a sickly Arthurian in tow, he was in need of healing, suffering from some rot disease. They made their way to the Dawnflower for Arthurian to get healed and whatnot, but also to find out about this sword. It was then that it was discovered that that sword, a couple days prior to this, had been stolen. The horror. What fate has fallen the companions? It was stolen. It was kept in a fine glass case in a small room on the west wing of the Dawnflower. Someone had started a fire as a distraction, so it said, in order to smash through the glass and swipe the sword away. And that's what happened. Nobody's sure who it was, although everyone from the town guard to the priestesses at the Dawnflower Library are sure they know who it was. Surely it was Carmen Rajani, a descendant of Vol Rajani, the fighter of the Rose Guard. It was his sword. They asked all around town about this character. Who is this Carmen? Althea has heard of him. He's the blacksmith. There is an establishment in town known as Blades for Glades. It is the blacksmith shop. And that's what Carmen was. He was the blacksmith. No one really liked him, it turns out. This Carmen. Althea had very little knowledge, never met Carmen. But for whatever reason, everyone had... Surely it was him that took the sword. It was from his ancestor. He always looked at the sword fondly. He always visited the Dawnflower and stared like he wanted that sword. It was later found out that Carmen also has vied for mayorship of Otari over the years and has failed every time. 4 times, I think, he tried. The Mayor Osef always winning. So there's a little bit of a bitterness in his heart and soul about this. All that can be said is that he just feels like he should be in charge of Otari. The mayor, he should also have the sword. The sword is said to bring great luck. So he said, and some others. Surely if I had the sword, it would benefit Otari. However, it was not the case. He did not become mayor. So all eyes of suspicion have fallen on Carmen. The companions looked all over town. Let's find this Carmen. We'll find out where he is. Surely, if he does have it, we will find out. Sadly, Blades for Glades has been closed. He's not there. He's nowhere to be found. Ah, the mystery. The companions began to dig deeper. Go into some of the taverns in town. Not the Crow's Casks, the other one. To find out where is this guy and did he take it. Turns out there's a big possibility, a probability, that he's hiding out, this Carmen. He's hiding out at the Smuggler's Refuge. It's an hour outside of town. Set of caves. Smugglers in the early days of Otari used to utilize this area, taking goods and bringing them to the shore to be taken up by boats and pirates, perhaps. Who knows? Smugglers. That was the whole thing. That was a long time ago. Nowadays, it's a gathering point for the younger generations in Otari. Gather there to just get away from Otari and the lumber industry and all this adult stuff. You know, let's go hang out and smoke some leaves, whatever that might be. So it's rumored that Carmen might indeed be hiding there. Perhaps. After a good sleep and some healing, Arthurian waking up after being tended to by the priestesses of the Dawn Flower. Still sick, still feeling horrible. Can't eat anything. Nonetheless, he gathered up his equipment, his pack, his weapons, his axe. And the companions, minus Cassandra, who decided to stay behind at the Dawnflower to do research. The companions headed off into the woods to look for this path that's said to be relatively easy to find, heading towards the Smuggler's Refuge. It was Alessandra who found this path and gathered the companions together around this little kind of hidden entry point into the forest, this little game path that was covered over by a couple logs and some deadfall that lied behind. But there it could be seen, this very narrow pathway zigzagging its way into the forest deeper. A mere hour's travel, they say. Surely we got this. The companions went on stealthily through the forest. It took them about 2 hours to finally come upon the cave. Howls of wolves in the distance. But they did find the caves. Hiding in the brush near the mouth of this cave, a mere 20 feet away, the mouth lies, Arthurian, staring at it, giving signals to Sheppy, move up along the left and wait for my signal, and I'll come out and distract whatever might be within. He did so. Sheppy made all kinds of a racket, stepping on sticks and as loud as ever. Yeah, there goes our stealth. But he got to that position right at the flank of the mouth of the cave, followed by Alessandra. Or Althea, sorry. Alessandra remained behind, with her brace of pistols drawn at the ready, watching the cave mouth. And at the right moment, Arthurian stepped out. Nothing. No sounds, no movement. Not even the howl of the wolves. They approached the mouth of the cave, and there, at the mouth itself, was a small campfire that hadn't been used for maybe years. It was surrounded by large logs where obviously people could sit and gather around a fire, but it hasn't been used. They began to peer inside the cave. They saw water dripping down the sides. They heard the sounds of dripping in the distance, the echoes. No light, just cold, damp air. The companions formed themselves up. 2 by 2 they go, with Alessandra an Arthurian leading the way, followed by Sheppy, Althea, and a new member of the companions that I failed to mention, Tamira. Tamira was someone that who discovered Althea lying in a glade early this morning before the journey began, and no one knows how Althea got out there. A different story, perhaps. But took care of her and brought her back and has befriended Althea and has decided to take her sword and join the companions on this short little quest. A very holy type warrior. Clerical, perhaps. A servant of Sarenrae for sure. This Tamira. And she has joined the group as well. Currently standing at the side of Althea, the back of the party. So with that, we're going to pick up as the companions peer into this cave mouth. So what I need from you guys, I've got your marching order. I've got your exploration activities. I know what you're doing as you travel through this cave. And we'll leave it at that. What would you like to do?
Arthurian's gonna have a violent coughing fit. He's gonna wipe his. He's gonna take a rag from his bag and then sort of wipe his mouth off. Alessandra and I believe also Althea, maybe you could see a little tinge of crimson on the rag as he tucks it away and he looks over. Are we ready to proceed?
Would Alessandra have noticed him doing that?
Well, sure, she could probably smell it even. Imagine.
Yeah, the scent of blood would probably give it away. Alessandra would glance at Arthurian, and then she'd look over at Althea, make a little head nod towards Arthurian, before her attention would return back to the cave.
You enter the cave. Carefully you make your way down the slight slope. It's rocky, but it's well traveled. You can see the stone as it's been worn away. You hear the drips of water getting louder. As you reach the base of this area, about 15 feet down, it starts to level off, and you see this much wider chamber open up. Arthurian, you see a strange flicker of light ahead. It's coming to the north, where this cave tends to open up towards the north. You can see the wall on the south and in front of you, but you can't see the rest of the wall to the north of the cave. It's extending away from your sight around the corner. Do you proceed?
Arthurian will look at everyone and with the hushed voice, "Oi, I see a light up ahead. Be careful now, friends." And Arthurian will proceed, mace in hand, mace and shield in hand.
At the ready. And as you round this corner, can you see that properly? Rotted crates, forgotten clothes, and other debris scattered everywhere, suggesting this cave is occasionally used but rarely cleaned. You see it up ahead. Broken cots. A cold campfire lies up ahead, surrounded by logs just as the ones out front at the cave mouth. Sit at its center. Faint smells of mildew and smoke hang in this still air. There up ahead sitting on one of those logs. With flickering candlelight setting on those crates, I should point out. That is the light source. You see him. You see somebody. Somebody that looks vaguely familiar to you, Althea. A man. Dressed in leather, arms bare. And you see him leaning forward, his eyes focused on what is in his lap. Cradled in his arms, you see the glint of steel. What do you do?
Althea, is that Carmen?
Based on the description, I'd say yeah.
All right, slow and easy now. We don't want to spook him.
Alessander would actually hold a hand out to Arthurian to stop him. And then she would make a motion with her head to get in a position where if something were to go down, she would be armed at the ready to get a shot off in case it needs to be done.
Aye. Take your position over there and keep me covered.
And that's where she'll move.
Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring your little tokens onto the map. And you guys can show me exactly where you would like to move.
Arthurian's going to glance back to Althea. You mind being a delegate for this? Just stay behind me. I'm gonna go walking up there. You stay behind me and talk to the feller.
I don't think I'll be able to talk you out of it, so go for it.
Well, if
Althea
this
will
guy's
stay
bolts,
here.
I don't want him to run over you.
He doesn't seem to acknowledge you. At least, you can't see any acknowledgement. He's focused completely on what lies in his lap. Now, you can't see exactly what it is, but judging from the flicker of the candles, it looks like a sword. Okay, you can do that. Arthurian, as you get that close, suddenly you see his head begin to turn, slowly, looking right at you.
Afternoon to you.
Can I hide?
You can. You're fairly close to a wall as well. You could actually put yourself in the shadows, perhaps. You could take a shot at it. If you'd like to do that, go ahead and give me a
I
stealth
would.
roll. First roll of the night, folks. Boom! Here we go. Okay, a blind stealth roll. I will record that. As far as you know, he doesn't see you, Althea. You've disappeared. Even your friends can't see you. Only Binley. However, I will point something out. We may have to retcon this slightly. You do have your light spell on.
Oh yeah. You know, as we've entered the cave and I noticed there's a light source towards the end, I would have gotten rid of mine.
Okay. Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
So if you guys are good sitting in the complete blackness like that,
I'm fine with it.
Is Tamira fine with that?
Oh,
Or is
that
she
is good.
behind me?
That was a good question.
Tamira's fine. She kind of looks over at you to her left, Althea, like she might see you, but she doesn't make eye contact as far as you can tell. You do have low light vision, don't you?
I do.
You do.
Not. It doesn't really reach.
No.
So I'm sitting on the edge of darkness and from the outside light.
Right. You get a bonus on your stealth because of this. Everybody's concealed, by the way. I should point that out. Now, all right, you've done that. Tamara stands close by to you, but she doesn't. You're not sure if she sees you or not. In fact, you're fairly confident nobody sees you right now. Yes, sneaky gnome. Alessandra, you've worked your way up to the left there.
Mm-hmm. With
Okay.
a readied action, her one flintlock loaded and ready to be fired.
Okay, Sheppy makes off to the right. He's doing the same thing. Would you like to make a blind stealth roll for Sheppy, Kyle?
I can indeed.
I'm here, by the way.
Okay, welcome back. You could decide what to do, Jesse, for your character. I didn't know you were back.
I just got here.
Oh, okay. Okay. He looks towards you, Arthurian, while your friends are stealthily moving about behind you, out of sight. He looks at you. I know who you are. You're that Arthurian, aren't you? You're one of those companions, the so-called heroes. I imagine you're looking for me.
Hi, Carmen. I know who you are as well. I'm not here to arrest you, lad. I've come on other business. See, you got a glint of steel there with you.
Yes, it's mine. This is my sword. It's mine. It always has been mine, and it will remain with me.
You see, lad, that's a little bit of a problem.
I don't think so. And he stands up slowly from the log, and he has the sword in his hand. You also see he has hammers dangling from his sides. As a trained warrior, you know these are not just any old hammers, but could be easily used in combat. I warn you, dwarf, you and your friends, don't step any closer. This sword is mine. Rightfully, it is mine. I will fight you.
Aye, and you'll die like all the others, lad. Of that I know. But you might want to hear me out before we get started here. You see, I need that relic to advance the progress into the Gauntlet. Surely you're aware of the progress. We destroyed Volok. But we need that blade to deactivate a ward, you see, so we can keep going further down. Because if we can't stop it, Belcora is raising an army in the Gauntlet. And that is what I intend to stop.
I can't give you the sword, dwarf. This is mine now. You will have to take it from me if you want it.
Lad, I'm sick. I'm tired. I've had about all I'm gonna stand. I'm not asking you to give me the sword. I'm asking you to let me borrow it for a minimum. Or perhaps even better, join us, and you can take the blade down there with us. If you are so inclined and don't want to give it over, why don't you just come on down with us, put it on the pedestal.
Are you being honest?
Very.
Go ahead and make a... Well, for starters, I'd like you to make a diplomacy roll. Just to gauge how this affects him. A blind diplomacy roll. Ha! I'll play no role in your heroics. You just want this sword to take it away from me. If I helped you, what would you do? What would you say to the town guard, Longsaddle, and those at the Dawnflower who make false claim of this sword? What would you tell them?
It's real simple, lad. I would tell them that you helped us, that you did the right thing by helping our mission. And even the mayor himself, I believe, would pardon you immediately.
As you say this, his left hand goes down to his side, getting close
Lad,
to one
you
of those
don't
hammers.
want to do that. You don't want to do that, lad.
I'm not so sure.
Alessandra would be bringing her flint rock on already.
Lad, I'm warning you. I don't want to fight.
What did you
I
do,
just-
Alessandra?
She'd have her flint rock already pointed at the man over Arthurian's shoulder, waiting.
So you're pointing at this guy, Carmen.
Mm-hmm.
He notices you draw this weapon and aim it in his direction. He quickly turns back to Arthurian. You and your friends are going to pay a price for this sword if you want it. You'll have to take it by force. And his back leg goes into a defensive stance. He is now in a posture of defense. His one hand is closely on one of those hammers while his other sword, his right hand is clasping the sword. He's ready for a fight, Arthurian.
Lad, I'm going to tell you one last time. Come with us. You don't have to be involved. Just come down with us. Activate the portal so we can deactivate this portal. Then you can take the sword and be about your way. I'll even pay you and give you a boat ride if you like.
I cannot give up this sword. Now,
I'm
what
not
are
asking you to.
what are the rest of you doing? No, Alessandra, I know what you're doing. Sheppy, what
Mhm.
are you doing? Right now, you're on the right side of Arthurian to the rear, hiding in the shadows.
I'm just waiting to see if he attacks.
Okay.
If he does,
So you remain hiding.
yeah,
Althea,
I'm going to remain.
Althea, what do you do? I see you did something there with your star knife. What are you up to while you're in the shadows?
Oh, I noticed it was out and never sheathed, so I put it away. Althea's also sitting in the shadows, waiting to see where the conversation will go. Her palms are definitely sweating. She doesn't like where it's going. She always believes there's another option other than violence. She's debating on stepping in, but she also doesn't want to get hurt. I wanna. Can I roll something to see if he's unmovable? Like, I can't change his mind. That sort of thing. Like, how threatening does he look?
Yes.
He can't be swayed or can be swayed, you know? How some people just look like complete villains while other ones.
All right. I could easily describe that, but we're going to let you roll because rolling dice is fun. So go ahead and roll. Perception or diplomacy to judge what's going on here. Whichever you prefer.
I'll do diplomacy, so like maybe there's something in the conversation and in the way he's responding.
Mm-hmm.
I have sent it off.
Okay. It's pretty obvious. Whatever conversation is going on and you're picking up the words, you can hear what's going on. It doesn't sound like it's going in your favor. He sounds very defensive, although there are brief moments in the conversation with Arthurian, who's gruff and very aggressive speaking towards him. You kind of get the gist that maybe Arthurian isn't the best one to be doing this diplomatic relation.
She knows that.
Yeah, yeah, he's not very good at it. But you see that Carmen, and this is Carmen, he's ready to fight. He doesn't look like he's too swayed by the argument put forth by Arthurian. He doesn't seem to eye you, so you're not sure he sees you. but he definitely saw one of your friends, Arthurian. Perhaps it would be wise to step forward and say something. Perhaps.
Okay, she'll say something. She has to muster the courage, though. And she doesn't move from her spot, but she'll just speak out from the shadows, whether or not she thinks, she is hiding or is making too much noise other than her voice. She says, what would be an offer you could not refuse?
From the shadows, your voice echoes off the walls. Arthurian standing between you. Gripping your axe, Arthurian? Do you have your axe out?
A shield raised and mace drawn.
All right, so you're ready to fight. I'm sure that helps you diplomacy a lot. But echoing off the walls is Althea's shaky but somewhat loud voice. There's some strength behind it.
The cave helps.
And what are you saying?
I said, what would be something that you could not refuse? Like, what kind of offer could you not refuse?
Let me keep the sword. That's all I ask. Where I go to next, I'm not sure, but this sword is coming with me. I cannot let you take it. It is mine. It's mine. And he kind of rolls the balls of his feet into the dirt, taking up that stance and posture.
And she responds to that with, and so it shall be done. You can keep the sword.
Okay. Since you're joining in this and doing a little talking, I want you to make a diplomacy check as well. Just to gauge things here. Okay.
Okay.
He kind of takes a sigh of breath. Like he's getting very impatient. But he doesn't act aggressively towards you at this point.
Althea adds to what she says. She says, in fact, we're going to offer you something much more valuable than this sword. We're offering you a spot in history.
Keep speaking.
So your ancestors could squabble over a sword, but it's not this sword. Your hammer, perhaps. You will go down in history as well with the rest of us, because that's what we intend to do. We intend to take care of this gauntlet situation, Belcora, her minions. Don't think that we'll be forgotten tomorrow or next week or year. This is centuries of stories. The stories you know now about your own ancestors are going to be told
I care
in
not
the
for
future.
stories.
Then
I care not for
why do you
stories.
hold on
Only
to
the
this sword?
The sword is mine, and one day I will be the mayor of Otari. Then people will see the value of my judgment. I don't care about being a hero or this gauntlet you seem to be so fond of. I just want the sword.
And do you think somebody is going to follow a thief?
I am no thief.
What do you hold in your hands?
Tell that to the Dawnflower lad.
This is mine. It belongs to my ancestor, Raj himself.
Did your ancestors give it to the Dawnflower? Or did they give it to you?
It should have been mine. As far as I'm concerned, those at the Dawnflower stole it. Put it on display. It should be in my hands, and in my hands it's going to remain.
Have you asked for their side of it? What if it was given to them in a gift, as a gift? Could you see the Dawnflower taking something a place so holy and forgiving and full of kindness to take something that
So
was not offered as a gift?
what are you saying to me? Come out of the darkness, will you? I can't even see you. How can I trust your words if I can't see you?
Alessandra rapidly shakes her head at Althea.
Chirp. Hold on, it's going to take me a while to get there.
Okay.
Pitter patter, pitter patter. And she just comes to the edge just so that he can see her face.
All right. And as you do that, Tamira begins to follow you and stops short. She's right next to Arthurian, right behind you by about 10 feet. Sheppy, your view is kind of blocked at this stage. You see Althea standing boldly at the
Oh, sorry.
at the border of the fire there. She's right at the log. She almost wants to stand on it to get eye to eye with this guy. It's to no avail. She's too small. But you're a gnome. You're one of those small folk. I think I know you. You're Althea. You work at the Dawnflower, don't you? I know you. Yes, you're one of those priestesses or something.
Are you going to use that against me? I should have stayed in the shadows.
I care not for Dawnflower and Seren Ray or whatever her name is. And with that, all of a sudden, Tamira steps forward next to you, Althea, with her sword drawn, and she begins to speak. Hold your tongue! Hold your tongue! You speak horrible words against the Dawnflower.
Easy, lassie, easy. Calm down. Calm down. Situation's already puffed up enough as it is. We don't need any more insults flying around.
And there's a silence suddenly as your words cut through to Tamira. Arthurian.
Before we act, harshly, I suppose. Has he been listening to anything I've been saying? Does he seem unmoved? Unwilling? Because then the threats are going to come out.
Yeah. It seems like you're doing a bit better than the dwarf did. I mean, the dwarf's standing there aggressively making all these bold statements, and as tantalizing as they might be in his mind, they're not coming across that way. You can see that this Carmen is getting very defensive as he spoke. However, when you started speaking, things kind of calmed a little bit. You did feel confident enough, in fact, to get very close to him and make yourself known and say, listen, we could do things. We could work this out. And he seems to be listening. All right, so things are kind of going your way. However, now that Tamira has advanced forward with a weapon drawn as well, things are kind of going back in that direction. So if you were to gauge the situation, that's what's going on here. He seems teetering between, I'm basically going to stand here and fight you to the death for this sword, unless you can change my mind. You feel there's a possibility. But we'll see. What's your next move, Althea? All eyes are on you.
Oh, I was wondering if Alessandra or Sheppy's doing anything else. But before I do anything...
Can you say that again? Because the phone was ringing.
Before Althea makes any other forward advances or backward advances or retreats, are you doing anything?
Yeah, he's holding his ground. He's not giving up that sword. It seemed like Althea might have been breaking through to him a little bit, but Tamira kind of butted in with her sword drawn. He's just standing there. He's ready to fight. He's ready to go. He's getting a little impatient, but it's really up to you. He's not attacking. As far as he's concerned, he's going to keep this sword. And he's going to defend it with his life.
And we've tried talking or tried getting through to him with 2 people so far. I don't know if it's just go back to town a hero with his corpse, or or get him on our. I would love to get him on our side, because I would love to see him turn around and, make something of himself.
You're saying this out loud?
I was just talking to my teammates, but
You are.
she'll say to him, I don't like the path that you're on. You're hiding out in a cave. People are talking down to your name. This is getting you nowhere. We're offering you redemption and path towards something new. You must have more to live for in life than a sword. And I also want to add, does he look like possessed by the sword, like an infatuation with it that he can't?
Perhaps he is.
It's like an addiction. I must have the sword to live.
Perhaps. Nothing seems too obvious. If you'd like to really, really judge him, go ahead and make one of those perception rolls. Blind.
Oh yeah. Now that we're both in the light. Yeah. Rachel, you're gonna say something?
Alessandra would have tried to get Althea to stay at the back because she was going to try and see if she could get a read on him to see what he's possibly thinking. But as soon as Althea moved up, she didn't sigh, but the frustration could be seen just in her eyes alone as her body gives nothing away. So now so now she's gonna be she's gonna try and see if she can get a read on him, to see if she can try and figure out what his next move might be. So I'm asking the gods if they'll allow me to do a perception.
Sure, you can sit there and watch and analyze as things is going on. But as I said, it's pretty obvious what is happening. But if you'd like to really, really see if there's anything you're missing that isn't so obvious, go ahead and make a blind perception roll. We'll see if Alessandra catches eye of something or not. Althea, as there's this slight pause in the conversation, tension is thick in the air. You pause near this log, looking at him. He's a mere feet away from you. You start to eye him up. You see his eyes go from you to Arthurian, Timira, and over into the darkness towards Alessandra. You could see his brow twitch. You see he's getting nervous. You see a bead of sweat drip down his forehead. He doesn't seem controlled by some exterior forces or power. He seems, quite honestly, he wants the sword. It's his, and he desperately wants it. He's very defensive. He's not known to be a criminal or someone feared in town. Just an oddity and a bitter man, from your experience. Perhaps a little more conversing is in order, or maybe not. Maybe there's no changing his way of thinking.
Althea's going to turn around. With her back facing Carmen, and she shouts to the rest of the companions, and even to Timira, and she's just like, let's go. Let's get out of here. He's not worth it.
You turning your back on him and leaving?
She's turning her back, and she does like a head over the shoulder and like looking at him with one eye, and she just
Tamara, put the blade away. Let's get going. We'll find it another way.
and she's like, "This could have been your chance." And all for what? A sword?
Okay. Make a obvious deception roll.
Well, I truly believe that this could have been his chance, but
Okay.
she wasn't like she was saying that she was like, "I'm not coming back and killing you later," but
So-
like,
Are you
I
trying
guess
to?
it is sort of a bluff.
Are you
just,
trying? Yeah.
like,
Are you
her
trying to trick him?
sleeping.
Are you trying to trick him?
He
Essentially.
has to sleep sometime.
Do you say
Yeah,
this,
no, I'm
Sheppy,
with
from the
Sheppy
shadows?
on that. It's gonna have to sleep sometime. But she does have like a plan kind of kicking off in her head, and she's just, that's all she says. She does that over the shoulder look. This
Okay.
could have been your chance.
Okay. So, I'll let you make either a diplomacy or deception.
All right. Well, I already rolled deception, but if given the chance, it's always going to be diplomacy.
Go for diplomacy then.
All right.
Okay.
We tried offering him other things, tried offering him non-material things, tried saying, "Hey, you can keep the sword. Just come with us." The only thing we didn't do is tell them. Well, he does know how involved we are in the gauntlet. So maybe he could put two and two together that we would need the sword in order to do something there, but it might not be that obvious to somebody not involved. So I think the only other thing I can think of would be to tell him what's going on, but she's already leaving.
Right.
Yeah, because I told him that we needed the sword to activate the pedestal.
Oh yeah, that's right, you did. Okay, so he's fully aware.
Alessandra, what are you doing? Sheppy, what are you doing? While the others are starting to turn their back and head towards the entrance to this place, what are you doing?
I'm gonna stick to the wall and slowly move away.
All right, you didn't say what you said before, so you're actually keeping hush? All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Watch what you say. He might have ears.
That good, Sheppy?
Alessandra?
She's gonna try and see if she can still get that read on him before she makes her next move.
You don't see anything unusual from what you see. It doesn't seem like he's under some spell or some other thing. It just seems like he's really honestly holding on to that sword. He really believes this is his. You can't blame him, really, if he is actually a descendant. You don't see any deception coming from him. Seems like he's generally going to stand there and fight. However, as you all begin to turn your backs and move away, Alessandra, you're still standing there facing him,
Correct.
pistols in his direction. Sheppy, you're hunkering in the shadows, kind of quiet, assuming he can't see you, wanting desperately to say, "You can sleep sometime. We'll be watching." But you don't. The others turn and begin to walk away. Tamira is kind of backing up slowly. She still does have her sword out, and she's cautiously moving away, seeming to be quite upset about the offense thrown her way about Seren Ray, but nonetheless does not get aggressive towards him. Suddenly he begins to look left and right. You begin to back away from him. "Wait, where are you going? Tell me more. What will they do if I do come back? What if I give you this sword?" And I couldn't give you the sword, but maybe I can come with you. Maybe. I know you were heroes and all that, but perhaps you can be trusted somewhat. But how do I know you're not here to take me in? The long saddle and the guard, and all I want is the sword. That's all I want. Perhaps I'll leave this Otari, this town, and go somewhere else, but the sword comes with me. I will not go back, and I will not surrender it to them. And if you have come to take it from me, I will fight you.
Well, she's still not facing him. She's still towards the entrance of the cave, or that facing. She's, not to sound cocky, but if we wanted the sword, we would have the sword. But, and listen to me here, we will find a way. I am very close with the Dawn Guard. As I've told you, they are very forgiving people. Just don't run your mouth about their deities. Everybody has their own choice on who they decide to worship. I can talk to them. As for the town guards, we have plenty of contacts there. And just as Arthurian said, if you help us, they will have no choice but to pardon you. And I'm telling you, if you turn yourself around and we can make this go away, I'm sure in time and with forgiveness, you can run for mayor yourself.
I have no desire to be mayor anymore. It's their loss. I have the sword. I'll go somewhere else.
I like that attitude. Yes, where was this? That's fine. We don't have to worry about that, but we can still have you pardoned, and we'll just talk to a few of our contacts. Make sure the word spreads that there was some sort of miscommunication. We'll just throw that out there. Everyone in town will know. You'll be back in business if you decide to keep your shop, or if you decide to travel after this. We don't have any preference of what you do. We only have one goal, and that is to unlock this next area, or this chamber, or the contraption. And we can't do that without the sword. And if we can't do it without you and the sword, then so be it. We'll take you along. Or we ask that you come along.
But I keep the sword.
Yes. And Althea truly believes that she won't take the sword from him. She looks at in the direction of each group member, and she's just shaking her head like, yes, we will not take the sword from the guy, right?
Alessandra's gonna look at Althea, mouth going, I'm not babysitting that.
Arthurian just shrugs.
I'm going to cast message, which, in all of this, I don't think I've ever cast it. I cast it towards Alessandra.
Okay, put it in the chat.
Of course. Oh, I put blind. Let me send it again in public. So really, nobody can hear me, and maybe Arthurian can read my lips. But I just tell Alessandra, he's gonna die in the spotlight. It seems this place takes no it takes prisoners. It just kills everybody. It does whatever. The gauntlet does whatever it wants. We could always use the muscle. If he makes it out alive, great. But she's just like, whatever.
You can respond to that, Alessandra, briefly. That's
Yeah.
what she says to you. Paraphrased, I'm sure, but go ahead.
Oh, definitely.
Alessandra would definitely respond going, I have 2 pistols. He only has a sword and horse. I will put him out of his misery if he does act like an idiot.
So no one else can hear this little conversation between Althea. All right, that's enough. That was your response. So with that in mind, Althea,
Alessandra's not playing. She does not want to babysit him.
No. Well, as you begin to step away and you're saying this and pausing and having this little telepathic communication briefly, he looks confused. He's staring at you, kind of slowly walking out and pausing for a moment. And you begin to mutter strange arcane words, Althea, and communicating to Alessandra in your silent way. My only concern is you turning me in. My only concern is the sword. It will stay with me, and I will not return to Otari. I don't care for Otari. I want this sword. But I'm willing to go with you. Do what you must, but the blade does not leave my hands.
Althea turns around, so now she's facing him, walks right up to him, and holds out her tiny little hand for a handshake in like a binding agreement. I think we have a deal.
Okay, and while Althea does this, Arthurian, any reaction to this? You're right alongside Tamira here. You've kind of paused. Althea heads back. Is anyone doing anything else?
Arthurian's just going to be trying to sip some water as he turns around and watches Althea move.
Yeah, it goes in your mouth and right out again. And there's a silence. Your hand is outstretched for it seems like an eternity. Slowly his left hand comes away from his waist that was previously next to these hammers. You will not turn me in. I have your word.
You have my word, yes.
And the sword remains with me.
I shall never touch it.
We have a deal. And he reaches out and shakes your hand, cautiously. Your hand disappears in this big maw of a hand that he has, and you can feel the rough calluses on the insides of his hands. But he's very gentle.
Althea blushes. But she takes her hand back.
Yes. And with that, the atmosphere suddenly calms. You can all feel it. The flickering of the candles even steadies.
Now that we appear to be on the same side, I'd like to
Perhaps.
introduce you to everybody. You've met Arthurian. Please step from the shadows.
Just violently coughing, so you know where I am.
Yes. He may appear big and
Brawny.
yeah, brawny, and but he is the most faithful, almost leader-like companion I know.
He spit some blood on the floor. Hi, good to meet you, lad.
He's not very friendly, and he does move to the opposite side of where you guys enter, where this little camp site is. You try to befriend him in some way. Tamira, not so much. She puts away her sword at this stage, but she's still a little reluctant. In fact, she crosses her arms, watching you two as you approach him and how he pulls away, being kind of distant. We have a deal. I will stick to my part. You will not return me to Otari. I will not go, and the sword does not leave me. Where I go next, I do not know, but I will follow you. Until then, if you are true to your word, I will be of mine.
you will know it is us when we knock on the cave if you plan to stay here. When we go to the gauntlet, which may be sooner than you think, we'll come fetch you. Or come calling. This way you do not have to enter Otari. And next time we are there, we'll
I see.
talk with the Dawnflower and with the guardsmen.
I see.
I will not lie for you. I will not say that you've gone missing and never returned, but I will say that you mean no harm and there's miscommunication. I'll come up with something when we get there.
In the meantime, the guard know of this place, so you might not want to stay here. Perhaps the outskirts of the Gauntlet might be a better place for you to rest.
That is a fair point, Arthurian.
I mean, if the guards knew about this place, well, if the guards told us about this place, then obviously they'd know about it. Forward patrol could be here within an hour.
I see.
Not safe for you.
So you're going to leave then? And you will return?
Did we want to go to the Gauntlet right after this? I think we're all in tip-top shape.
Yeah, I think we can go now. Take them with us.
Alessandra's gonna glance at Arthurian, seeing him cough all the blood, looks at Althea, and looks at her like, "You're not serious, we're going back to that place first, right?"
I can't see you.
This is normal.
Pretty, I'm good to go.
All right, so what are you telling him your plan is? Are you leaving and coming back, or are you going to, well, come on with us, we're taking you now? What are you telling him?
Things. Either guardsmen might be after you, like Arthurian said. You might not want to stick around here. We're headed to the Gauntlet right now. Come on with us. The sooner this is over with, the sooner you can be on your way.
All right.
Although we're still looking for one more relic, I believe.
You did notice a curious way that he phrased his question. You're leaving me here behind, Althea? There was something about his demeanor when he asked you that question. Not sure what it was. Perhaps he can't be trusted. But you did notice something.
I did think about that.
But if you're taking him with you now, he seems to kind of slide back into the seat there on the log there. Looks a little bit more comfortable about the situation. But then let me get my things. I have some things to take with me. Be patient. And he gets up and he goes to over on the over here in this direction. You can see him move towards this old cot. It seems the best cot in the place, it seems. All the others are smashed and covered with all kinds of old rags, but this one seems to be the best pick of the litter. And he retrieves what looks like a small pouch, and you see him kind of tuck it into his belt side as he cautiously looks behind him to look at you guys to see if you're watching him. He also has the sword slung in his belt itself. It has no sheath, but he has it slung, and his hammers also dangle from the sides. He also looks like he picks up another small little bag as well, much bigger, but he kind of holds that in his left hand, and he turns to face you all, and he says, "Right, I'm sick of this place. Let us go. We'll go to this Gauntlet. But mind you, I'm not going to help you fight creatures within. I'm not in that game. But you take me where you must. Take me where you must, and I will use my sword for this shrine you mentioned." How did you describe that, Arthurian? The altar or something like that?
Altar, yeah.
Yeah. As long as the sword remains with me, I am fine. And then I can go my way. You say nothing to the Altari Guard or Long Saddle or anyone else in that filthy town. And I'll disappear. We have a deal. He steps closer back to the fire. So, if you guys are happy with that, we could move on.
I'm good with
That's
that.
good.
Alessandra is not happy in the slightest.
Nope, not at all. Do you have your pistols out the whole time? Still?
Oh yeah, she's still got him trained on him.
Yeah, he's spotting you. He's got his eye on you. All right. All right. So with that, you can make your way out towards the mouth. He follows behind. Tamira is very cautious of him and refuses to walk in front of him. And he lets her walk behind. He doesn't mind. He gives her a shrug and he's moving ahead of her. But Tamira is in the rear of the group. And the rest of you are leading the way. Unless you'd like to change that up, we'll take you guys outside the cave.
Alessandra would hang back with Tamira.
Okay, you could do that. He shrugs it off and he just says, whatever. I need protecting. And you begin to move outside the cave.
Alessandra would only sheep mouth quietly enough for only him to hear and be, I wouldn't be worrying about the others if I were you.
You have a strange accent. Where were you from? Get out the
She
map.
just goes completely silent.
Yeah. I thought so. Mysterious one. After a short little jaunt, you find yourself outside the cave. Position of the sun kind of shows that it's been about an hour since you entered this place. Still daylight. You got about another 5 hours, perhaps, of daylight. So at this stage, your options are basically head back to Otari and then get up on the Gauntlet Road and go right to the Gauntlet. He's willing to follow along. Or you could head back to Otari proper, do what else you want. But I don't know, you're not sure what his response to that would be. He's assuming you're heading straight for the Gauntlet. So knowing that, what would you like to do? It'll be about an hour's journey along this game trail back to Otari.
We could head back and then come out on the Gauntlet Trail and take the trail up.
I think we were going to head to the trail.
Give everybody gets a hero point to start the session. Althea, you get a second hero point. Okay. Let me write something down here. All right, so Althea, you got 2 hero points. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, heading back to the Gauntlet along the game trail, you once again embark. Is anybody doing any special exploration activities? Last time was stealth. I'm assuming you're not using stealth at this point.
No, I'll be using defend.
Okay. It's going to be twice as long to move through this path. Take you 2 hours.
Or did
I
we
say
want to
both
hustle?
Let's hustle.
Hustle, you'll move twice as fast.
Yeah, let's hustle. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm good with hustle.
All right. You follow the meandering path back. Same route you took. On the way back, the view seems a little different in spots. You notice that how dangerous this path really is. Arthurian, you look to the right at halfway down this path, you notice that there is some sheer drop-offs that were kind of camouflaged with all the brush and shrubbery. Someone could have easily lost their footing and fallen. You call out to the others, mind your step. And you continue on, keeping your eye on this Carmen. And you make your way back It only takes about 25-30 minutes as you hustle along here. And you reach the edge of the forest, once again on the outskirts of Otari itself. You're all winded, you're breathing heavy. Whew. That was a tough one, but you got back. You're safe.
Thurian's doubled over, hands on knees, trying to catch his breath.
You've noticed, Arthurian, that as you reach Otari once again, getting close to the edge before stepping out, you feel invigorated. You're starting to notice during this whole little trek that you don't feel as sick as you were. In fact, you feel very hungry. Very hungry. And as you reach the edge of the forest, about to step into the sunlight, Arthurian, you can remove the sickened. You're not sick. You feel pretty good. Okay, so take that off.
Could go for a steak right about now.
How about some fish jerky?
Or how about one of those giant mega creatures that were on the first floor? I could cut off a nice steak for you.
Ew.
Aye,
Here, they're delicious.
Terrible.
aye, we'll give it a go once we get there.
All right. Now, are you heading back into Atari, or are you just going to head straight up to the gauntlet? What's your plan?
I believe we're heading straight to the gauntlet.
Okay. Okay. In that case... All right, if there's no more preparations, off to the gauntlet. Why isn't everybody on Atari? Or is it just me?
I see everybody on Atari.
Must be me.
Did we convince Tamira to go with us? Or is she just like, let's split off here, I'm going to the Dawnflower Library as I originally intended?
Certainly, Althea, I will come with you. I shall be at your side. I feel it is my cause. So if you ask her to, I'm sure she will. She offers her sword.
More the better.
That's how she feels, but she's kind of conflicted because she's like, you know what, we just met. I would hate to throw her into something as dangerous as this. Because she still has that aura of innocent bystander. Yes, come along. We could use as much steel as possible, but if you ever feel like this is too much, I will not judge you. Saren Ray surely will not judge you if you were to run away.
Alright. I don't know if we want to wait for Eric or what. All right, so Cassandra, if you recall, she remained behind at the Dawnflower. She did not accompany you. You go ahead. I want to look at things. There's interesting books. Yes, I wanna read and look into some history. So she remained behind. Remembering this as you step out into the light, Carmen is not stepping out into the light. You see him and Tamira after conversing with you, Althea, she kind of remains behind, keeping her eye on this Carmen. She doesn't know Carmen at all, but she's very cautious of him, suspicious. So she kind of remains hidden in the woods as well, right behind Carmen, while the rest of you, I assume, kind of step out into the light. Arthurian, you're feeling so much better, hungry. Like, well, maybe we should stop for something to eat. Perhaps you will, perhaps not. You do have a charge, and that is to get to the gauntlet. Now, if you want to just head there, we can do that. There is Cassandra. If somebody wants to go fetch her, that is a possibility, or leave word to her. That's always an option as well. Well, there's Eric
I
now.
wonder, how far can a familiar be from there?
That's a good one.
I would just send, because I could send Binley to the Dawnflower. She would recognize him. He's familiar with the area.
You can do that. I'll let you do that.
Okay. Then I'll just be without Binley until we're reunited.
All right, what do you say to Binley? As you step out into the sunlight and everyone's around you and you pause, you reach to your pocket and you feel Binley's presence and an idea comes to your mind. What happens?
Well, I've got him in my palm, looking at him like at eye level, face to face. All right, Binley, I have a very important message for you. Find Cassandra. Remember? That feisty little, shy, kind of awkward one? Yes. Extremely helpful with the other companions. Yes. We need her. Now go to the Dawnflower.
All right, you send him off on his way through the tall grass, I should say. And he disappears. Never to be seen again as a big hawk descends from the sky.
Oh my gosh. No. He has fast movement, so he moves
does.
40 feet.
All right, make a stealth roll.
Arthurian's just gonna look and be like, well, that didn't happen.
Stealth roll, please, for Binley.
No. Let me see. I don't think that's a touch spell. No, it's not.
Squeak, squeak.
Boy, I'm gonna get his character sheet out.
He's circling about, looks quite a distance up, but he's starting to come in and narrow, and you can see as you look up and see this hawk, you see it, his head kind of turned sideways, looking at something moving in the ground below. Close where Binley makes his run.
Is it stealth?
Yes, this will be a stealth.
I rolled that public and he got a nat 20.
Fantastic.
He went underground. He's safe.
You see the hawk continue to circle above, and it begins to let out a screech, which I won't do here because my voice hurts. But he lets out a screech, and then he starts to go off in the distance towards the forest and disappears from sight. Binley's nowhere to be seen.
Don't worry, I was about to cast electrical arc on it.
Wow.
Oh, so I was just going to shoot it.
Wow, you guys are terrible. Wow.
Oh, we gotta protect Binley. That's the job.
Aghast.
It wouldn't get too close.
All right. So that happened. And, okay, what do you do next? Set up marching order and head for the gauntlet, I presume?
Yep, pretty much.
All right.
Yeah.
Thunder would be front.
Okay.
So would Arthurian.
All right, I'm going to leave you guys there for the moment. It's only going to take about half an hour to get there. Tamira's coming with you. She's in the rear. She's keeping a good eye on this Caraman, who kind of keeps to himself, muttering under his breath, and he's clasping that sword tightly. He doesn't come out of the forest edge, however. He remains within the confines of the trees. Obviously, he doesn't want anyone to be seen. That's probably what he's doing. But Tamira is following close behind him. Okay?
I'd like to offer him a ration. Here's some nuts and berries. Keep your strength up.
I don't need no berries. Leave me be. Well, lead the way. I've got
They're
my
here
own
if you
food.
need them. And I'll actually take up the very end, the very rear.
Okay.
So behind Tamira,
All right.
keeping a second eye on him.
All right. So you guys are in the rear. The rest of you in the front. That's Arthurian, Alessandra, and Sheppy.
Also, so Cassandra is here. Hello?
Yes, I saw that. I'm going to get to that in a moment.
Okay.
I do need any other exploration activities. Please state them now. As you make your way into the gauntlet. Okay.
Defend.
Investigate.
And Alessandra, you're on scout?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. And you make your way off into the gauntlet. You find the path and begin to trek right along it. Now, Cassandra,
Yes.
you should be down at the Dawnflower on the map. You spent many long hours peering through all these books. You've been welcomed into the Dawnflower. The priestesses have gone out of their way to help you in what you seek. For many hours, you've done this. Remaining behind as these companions, these new friends of yours, went on their way and something to do with this refuge. You've remained behind. Something is on your mind. And you've been researching it. Now, would you like to elaborate on any of those details, if they're important? If not, we can just go through it. We can just move past that.
Partly she's looking for, when she saw that there are history books, she's looking to see if there's anything that have to do with the raiders who had sacked her village and turned her into an orphan. But mostly she's just bewildered at just how much information can be present in one place. And she's not the brightest, right? And
Nope.
so it takes her a long time to move through even just one tome. But she also just really appreciates it's a different kind of challenge than trying to defeat people with her hands and feet.
Do you have any lore skills that would pertain to this research or no?
She does not.
Okay.
It didn't seem realistic that she would.
Would you
She
like
has warfare lore. That's it.
Okay, would you like to suggest a particular skill that reflects your interest in this research that you'd like to use for this role? I could leave that up to you. Keeping in mind, you have access to a lot of books and information and people to help you discover things if you need it. You will get a bonus on whatever you
So
choose.
the only one I can think of is either society or lore warfare if the people who sacked the village are known for a particular kind of tactics or anything like that. So to me, it would be one or the other.
Okay, you pick one and roll it. Blind.
Okay.
Now, this is what you're researching is something to do with the sacking of your village.
That's correct.
The people who might be responsible for this heinous act. Okay. Going through some of these more ancient tomes. They're hard to read. They're hard to make out and understand. They're written in languages you don't understand. But the priestesses of Serenray are there. The Dawnflower priestesses are there to help you. And they help you. interprets some of the words here. One priestess in particular. Her name is Solanus. She's particularly helpful in deciphering one particular tome that has been brought to your attention. In this tome, and what makes it so particular to you, is that there's images. Images you understand. They're easy. They come clear to your mind and understanding. There are a few images, ancient images, that seem to be familiar. You've somehow seen them before, but you cannot recall where. One particular image is very grotesque. It shows the head of a serpent consuming a large animal. Cannot tell what the animal is. The page isn't exactly in perfect condition. But a large serpent head peers out of the forest. Large, much greater than the size of a human. And it's consuming this animal. But it's what lies on the following page that really gets your attention. You see a tree. On this tree, you see the body of a serpent. Long serpent. This is in color, fully colored in a wonderful way in that it's realistic. You can see the glint of sunshine off the scales of the serpent. And it circles around this tree going up and up. The tree is dead. There's no leaves. It's barren. And at the very top of the tree, you see this large serpent head once again. You've seen this before. This image. Give me a will save. This can be public, because it's fun. Let's see what you get. Yes, you've seen this before. Nightmarish dreams. You begin to shake as you kind of close the book partially. You've seen this before. It was from a nightmare. A nightmare you've had more than once. It all starts to come back to you suddenly. You remember a time where you found yourself looking out over a ledge of some great cliff face, and there before you was these great cities. It was nighttime. The sky was black, lit only by the orange glow of fire that emitted from these towns, these cities. All around you, as far as you can see, the horizon was filled with fire. Burning towns, cities. Screams pierce your ears in this darkness as you peer out over this ledge, looking at this carnage, this devastation. And you remember. You remember the sounds of voices whispering in your ear, in your head. Snakes, serpents, surely. The time has come. The age of man is over. Come. The scene changes to full daylight. All that remains is burned, charred remains. Blackness. Cities devastated and smoldering. You fall down to your knees, tears welling up in your eyes. You're startled suddenly as you feel a presence behind you. You turn abruptly, and there you see it. You see the image. 15 feet away from you is this great tree. Its foliage is gone. It is a dead tree. And there, wrapping itself around the trunk, upwards and upwards, spiraling like some drill, you see the face at the very top peering at you. These glowing green eyes flickering in the sunlight, which suddenly begins to fade, slowly. darkness is coming, and it stares at you. You've seen this image before. You shake yourself, and it's then that you realize you're in the Dawnflower Library once again. The book is on the table. You open it once again. Is this happening? And you can see the image of the tree and the serpent staring at you. The age of man is over. It repeats in your mind, in your head. Are you all right? Says the priestess. Are you okay? You seem to have discovered something, perhaps.
I believe I have had an experience that is outside my body.
Yes, it seems you have. Just then you kind of jolt in your seat. Suddenly you feel something on your leg crawling upwards towards your knee. What do?
I slap away whatever it is that's doing that.
You reach down under the table and you slap away. You hear a screech, a squeak, and a thud hits the floor. You slide the chair out and you look. Suddenly there's a scream from across the room. Rodents! There's rodents in here! Quick! Someone comes with a broom. And you look underneath the table and there you see it, this little white mouse. It's looking up at you. And it looks mad. Squeak. What do you do? Stay in character. What would she do?
When you say it looks mad,
Yeah, I know. How does the mouse look mad? Well, this is a special mouse. That's a hint that this is not an ordinary mouse.
Maybe its ears are folded downward.
Yeah,
so I get down, and thinking it looks a bit like there's a form of intelligence behind the expression of anger. I apologize, little one.
There you go.
I thought you were a snake.
Althea, how does it reply?
So Binley doesn't respond to the verbal language. Instead, gets to why it's there immediately. Just starts it reluctantly and just kind of almost fearfully, because it doesn't want to get smacked again. It takes whatever piece of clothing is closest to him and just like takes it in his mouth and like tugs.
Are you wanting me to follow you? I'm speaking to a mouse. So, Cassandra just nods and gestures for the mouse to go, and she follows the mouse. Assuming
Okay, I was gonna say,
just a hole in the wall.
Is Solana still there?
She is. She is. There's a
Does
couple
she-
more priestesses, in fact, in here. One has a broom.
I was gonna ask if they recognize Binley.
Now, Binley's always in your pocket. He doesn't hang out with the sisters.
Okay, yeah, that's I figured. Right, then never mind with that. Yeah, he'll just continuously, like, once you are up, he'll keep kind of scurrying forwards towards the exit, and then look back to see if you're following. And then you'll see if you take a step forward, you'll see him go back face forward, nose to the ground, and like he's sniffing out a trail to go back to.
Okay. Cassandra will follow. This isn't the craziest thing she's ever had to do, so she will follow.
And once you get outside, Binley's gonna look up. No hawk? Okay, let's keep moving.
No screeching coming from the skies. All right, you jump up and you cradle the little mouse, or he's leading you, however that's done. But Solanus speaks up. Will you be back? We will save your books for you if you wish to continue your research.
Cassandra turns around and it almost shocked, like, "Oh yeah, that's what I was doing." And she says, "That would be most appreciated.
Yes.
I like the books.
Yes,
but I do not necessarily like how they make me feel."
I see. All right, we will keep the books over here on a separate shelf for you. Just come in any time and we'll continue this research together. And another sister greets her, stands next to her and bows as well. And you turn and see yourself out. And now, what was this again? Was he leading you, or were you holding him? What does this look like again?
It looked like I was being led. So I'm following
All right.
mouse.
So he's scurrying around in the streets. All right, he's taking the shortcut through the graveyard. That's what he's doing. Otherwise, it's a long trip for a little mouse. Take you all day. But yeah, he seems to be moving at a brisk rate, and every once in a while he stops to make sure you've got him eyed. You are keen-eyed. You do see him. You see the movement of the grass as you make your way out of the cemetery. You're greeted by two pairs of guards at the main entrance of the graveyard. It seems to be guarded, you've noticed. Not very common practice, but in this case, it is. And you make your way out of the cemetery, following the stone path that leads northward. Now, let me see. Let me look at the map here. Yeah, the path isn't far away, actually. It's right there. Right in front of the stone circle. Lake, yeah. So, yeah, that's not hard to follow. He kind of stays on that brick path, however. He's not going into the grass. He's obviously trying to lead you somewhere. He's really moving along, unnaturally so. Something odd about this mouse. However, have you ever seen Binley so far? I'm not sure you have. Have you seen?
I have not.
Okay.
I have not. Yeah.
So this is totally crazy right now. But you continue to follow. Once you get to close to the stone circle area, however, there is the path, the little path that leads to the gauntlet. You recognize this path. It immediately turns in that direction and starts heading up in that path. Now, what I'd like you to do for me, just to add a little bit of a challenge here, because what's happening is not so obvious, although it is to you as the player. What I'd like you to do is I would like you to make a roll. This is going to be... Just give me a blind perception roll, okay? I'm going to set a DC for this. I want to see if your character, Cassandra, gets tipped off to what is happening. Or might have caught eye of a mouse with Althea as well, depending on how you roll this. I'm curious. Okay. Something immediately pings in your head. You're not sure if it's the aura of some friendly person you have recently met or what it is, but you feel compelled by this mouse. There's something more at play here. It seems not just some ordinary mouse, but there's some connection it has with your new friends. You sense it, especially as it begins to move up the Gauntlet Road. Who would move towards the Gauntlet? Unless, of course, this is some trap. You're not sure, but something is going on here. So, how would your character react to that conflict, that possible, what this could be? What would she do?
Well, on the one hand, if I feel there might be a connection with my new friends, I would follow. But even if I think it's a trap, it doesn't necessarily negate that there's a connection with my friends, and so I would conclude that whoever's setting this trap might already have trapped my new friends. So maybe I'm going to rejoin them, or maybe this little mouse was sent for help because something's happened to them.
Okay.
Either way, my pace would pick up.
Okay. So the only answers I need is one, do you follow up the path?
I do.
What precautions are you taking as you follow this mouse?
Well, if I can, while keeping an eye on the mouse, because I imagine it might be easy to lose track of a mouse weaving in and out. I also want to see, because I remember when we crossed that bridge, I remember eyes on us. And so ever since then, Cassandra's been just a little bit more aware. She's been around people more now than she ever has before. And so she's, even if it's a bit of paranoia, is constantly looking around to see if she's getting that icky vibe that she got when we were crossing the bridge near the Crook's Nook. So I would be I don't know if it's scouting or but I would be on the lookout for anyone who's showing too much of an interest.
Okay. All right. So you're moving somewhat cautiously and you're paying attention. Okay. That's all I need to know. All right. It's going to take a while to reach the destination, wherever it's heading.
Okay.
We're going to jump ahead into the gauntlet. The companions, Althea, minus your precious Binley. It's kind of worrisome, actually. It weighs on your mind. You sent your little familiar off on a little quest of his own. You can't help but worry like a mother to a child. Or a best friend. But regardless, you have made your way back into the gauntlet. What is your destination, Arthurian, as you lead the party alongside Alessandra? Where in the gauntlet are you heading? Where is your...
Okay. Gotta get to the portal, and so he can get his sword and get out of here.
Keep in mind, you all have in tow 3 of the icons. The sword, the brooch, the book. There is a 4th one that you do not have.
Sheppy chimes in and says, I believe it's the armor. The ghost of Artari. When I was trying to get it, we got attacked. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that's where we have to go.
Well, back into that room. Well, all right, Sheppy, let's make it a little quicker this time so we don't wind up in the same fate.
Maybe what we could do is make a distraction. Somebody can sneak in, grab it, and get out.
Alessandra looks at Arthurian as soon as they mention sneaking in.
No, but I could do the distraction part pretty good, I think.
Before you get to this destination, I have you on the map. You could see the location. Just outside of where the ghost of Otari was encountered. You make your way through the upper levels of this gauntlet, as predicted. As you reach the deeper levels, expecting to see little blue gremlins, you do not see them. As you pass through some of the corridors, in fact, you see the rotting carcasses of what looks like those blue gremlins. And then you recall that, yes, this is what we saw on the way out. Something terrible happened here. You push on past this grisly sight. There's a secret door that lies ahead beyond this little pond. You remember the pond. There was a strange dragon-like beast that dwelled here. You found treasure here at one point. You haven't seen this drake for some time. However, as you get to the other side of this pond, not crossing it like you were before, but there's steps that go down and lead to it. You've been taking an ulterior route past that shrine of undeath, a Belcora shrine, perhaps. You remember that, I'm sure you recall. When you get to the secret door that has been wedged open, to the left, down that set of stairs that was surrounded by these mold-covered white roots in the walls, you hear the strange flap of a wing, a great wing. It's only one. It goes, and then silence. You all pause suddenly when you hear this, taken aback. Do you push on? Arthurian, do you push on through the secret door?
I do, cautiously.
You do. The companions push on through the secret door, down the steps and into the great library. The smell of death and decay and stench is stronger than ever in this room, in this great hall full of old tomes and books and gathered scrolls. The death seems strongest to the north, where you recall bodies were left to rot. Ghoulish beings, ghoulish bodies. Creatures that you had slain earlier. You make your way to the left through what seems like Belcora's hideaway, a little stash with magical lights everywhere. Fountains that continue to flow hundreds of years later. The smell of incense. You push your way on forward down another set of steps and find yourself once again in a great feasting table where bodies, skeletons lie in rags, clutching their throats as if poisoned. You see the body of Alara strewn out on this table. Her gear and equipment kind of piled on one end. You know that you have to take the body back sooner or later. It's starting to decay. However, you must push on. At this stage, you have two routes you can take. You can go through that little kitchen where there is another secret door. The spoons and the knives were the keys to opening that secret door. I'm sure you recall that. An alternative, I take that back. That is the only route to take. So yes, you're going to push on in that direction, correct?
No, we want
Yes,
to. I thought we were going to get the armor back from Ghost of Atari.
That's the right route you're taking.
Yep, we're
Okay.
not quite there yet.
Okay. I don't have the map in front of me, so I'm a
It's
little
okay.
confused.
It's okay. You make your way through those caves with the damp, muddy ground. This is where Marshall was slain, or you rescued, I should say. He wasn't slain here. You move further down a corridor to the east, and you enter this one long hallway that looks like coffins, little alcoves with coffins standing upright in each little alcove that lined all across the hall. To your right is the great set of steps and this glowing shield, this barrier of spiritual entities dancing left and right. Ooh, scary. To the left lies that dimmer blue glow. You're not sure what that is, but according to Otari, that is where the shrine lies. You've never investigated that chamber. Do you push on down the small alcove that leads to where you're currently located on the map? This is the set of steps, natural steps that go down into this pond area where there's a pavilion. This is where you encountered that wolf-like creature. Okay, do you continue down that path?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You easily find yourself where you are right now, on the map. To the south lies Otari's ghost, and also a very dangerous creature. You stand at the entrance to this area. While you discuss, I will bring out your tokens.
I remember this whole scene.
Cassandra, I've seen you leap and run fast. You think you could make it quickly, in and out?
I would love to say yes, but am I there, Fritz? I don't think I am yet, am I?
Not yet.
Oh,
We'll get to it, I hope.
Sheppy's just having a conversation with himself.
yeah. Kind of tough.
He turns around. Cassandra, where are you?
Where are you?
Okay, so everybody's on the map. You can change around your positioning if you'd like. It should be Alessandra and Arthurian up front. The rest of you are in the back. So, yes, you're right at the opening of this portal, and beyond here is like a 3-foot deep pond. And yeah, how would you like to proceed? Artari's ghost is in there on that little island-like location. You got to travel a little ways to get there, but it's beyond this point. And that creature also dwells there. And if you recall, Sheppy, it was on that mound where Otari first appeared that it looked like his body, or a body. It's now bones, but there was clothing on it, armor. Not clothing, it was all rotted, but you see armor. There was a backpack. And as you reached desperately to grab hold of it, you were felled. And you had dropped that lantern as well as your sling in the water. You remember this. How do you proceed?
Looks like I'm gonna have to do it. I'll run in and grab my stuff in the armor. Get out of there.
And the rest of us can pull some security.
All right. Last time when I touched it, that's when it appeared.
Right, well, we'll get ready for it.
Right.
Arthurian will wade in with him.
You splash into the water. It's pretty high on you, dwarf, as well as you, goblin. It's almost over your head. But if you stick close to the walls like you're doing before, you won't sink into the water. It's a little bit shallower here, closer to the wall.
Okay, Sheppy's gonna hustle over there.
As you step into the mouth of this opening, you hear screams. As soon as your foot hits the water, you hear screams coming from the direction of where Otari was encountered. As you peer around the corner there, you see it. You see that glowing skull. Left and right, it rips across that entrance over here where I'm pinging. You can see it crossing. And there you can see the spirit of Otari. Once again, he appears and he looks like he's in pain and agony. And every time the skull comes near him, he holds up his arm to defend himself. It's trying to attack him. You see the spirit of Otari. I don't think the rest of you can see this because you don't have dark vision, so. Okay. Do you see that, Sheppy? Arthurian?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. From this position, you can see the body. You can see the armor. You see hovering above it the ghost. All right? You can see him if you zoom in, Arthurian, you'll be able to see on the map where he is. Right where he's standing is that skeleton. That's where, Sheppy, you were standing when you were reaching for that backpack, and you also dropped your lantern, which you don't see. You don't see that lantern. If anything, it's sunk into the water. What do you do? Sheppy.
Hey, bonehead! Over here!
And as you scream these words, there you see it stop, hovering in the air. You see the skull. It seems to have glowing flames coming all over it like an aura or something, and it stops and it turns and it begins to peer in your direction, the direction of your screams. it spots you, Sheppy. At this point, Sheppy and Arthurian, you see this as well. You both are going to roll initiative.
All right, Shep, get the armor. I'll buy you as much time as I can.
Heh. Get ready.
Roll a 24 for you and a nat 1 for me. I'll take it.
Now, Althea and Alessandra, what are you doing exactly? As they entered the water, you could just barely make out Arthurian as he rounds the corner ahead. Just tell me briefly what you're doing in the back here. Alessandra, you first. What are you doing?
Alessandra now has both her pistols out. Still cocked, still ready. She's on standby for now, just biding her time till she starts to feel that the situation is quickly getting out of hand.
Okay. And Althea, I assume you're providing light for you guys in the back there, perhaps readying a spell of healing if need be?
Yeah, she's just gonna hang out as the light source and just prepare to face anything. She's gonna try to until they disappear, and well, Arthurian and Sheppy, until they disappear fully, she just keeps an eye on them.
Okay.
Get ready, the skull's coming. Arthurian's bellowing.
Sheppy, as you hear the words of your friend and you make your attention-getting scream, suddenly it replies. You see the skull begin to advance forward through the darkness. It should actually have a glow. Darn it, I don't have a glow for it. That would be cool. Actually, let me give it a glow. Yeah, that'll work. And suddenly, you feel it in the air, Sheppy. You feel the electrical arcs once again as it gets closer and closer to you. What's your armor class? I'm not looking at the sheet here.
Armor class is 17.
Okay. You feel the tendrils of electricity pierce your flesh. Perhaps it's standing in water makes it even worse. Who can say? But you take 16 points of electricity damage. Arthurian, you hear the screams of your goblin friend as this creature seems to be hovering and circling around his head, shooting arcs of lightning, blue glowing lights from it. And as this happens, it suddenly breaks off away from you, Arthurian, but not... yes, there is an opportunity as it pulls away from you to make a strike. Do you do so, Arthurian?
I will.
Go ahead and do that as it tries to turn itself away from you and the goblin.
18.
You whiff in the air. Are you using your axe?
Mace.
Mace crashes against the wall and stone begins to crumble underneath the impact of your mace. You missed. Sheppy, you're next. As you contemplate your move, Sheppy.
Okay. I'm
Hold
going
on.
to move.
Hold on. Contemplate your next move. Hold on. Cassandra, you know what's happening. This little mouse, it's slow going, but you have reached the gauntlet, and it leads you into the gauntlet. You've been here before. It comes to that bridge that you have to cross oh so carefully, and it pauses. and it stands there by itself, the mouse, staring at you, like expecting. What do you do? Before you is a fallen bridge and water. The mouse is basically standing in front of it, like, hey, help me out here.
Cassandra went AFK and hasn't returned yet. He
Alright.
recently posted. Oh, now he's back.
Just got back.
Okay. Didn't hear a word I said. You've been following Binley right up to the entrance of the upper levels of the Gauntlet. There's a bridge. It's fallen in. There is a river, not a river, but a stagnant water that has to be crossed. It's about 10 foot across. There's no way to cross it. The mouse is standing there staring at you blankly, like, what now? What do you do?
Is there room to sort of move along the ledge?
You know you could jump this.
I know I can jump this. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm curious what you're going to do with the mouse.
So I get down, feeling a little bit silly, but I get down on all fours, and I just get my face close to the mouse's face, and I say, "We will have to jump this." So I put my hand out, palm up. If you would allow me to carry you within my robes, because I do not feel your leg muscles will be able to accomplish what I can. I promise to keep you safe. Will you come, little mouse?
Make a nature check.
Oh boy. I don't see my token to be able to make the check.
Open your character sheet. You could do that. Just go to your actors directory on the right. Go down to your character sheet. You can open that. And when your token isn't on the map, it's always best to keep that character sheet open. And the way you minimize your character sheet so it's not filling up the map is just double click the top. And it'll always be accessible for you. The character sheet, I mean. It'll be a little minimized rectangle on your screen. You can just double click it again and it'll open up full for you.
Got it.
Okay. You can tell, you can read that something about this mouse, again, very familiar. You can tell. It's almost like it understands. And you can understand it. There's some kind of dialogue that's been created. You sense it. And as you do this, you scoop up the mouse and you can get across. However you want to do that, 3-point landing, parkour off the walls, however you want to describe it. It's only a 10-foot jump, easy for you, but go ahead and make an athletics check anyway. Public. See if you fall in the water and get wet.
Thanks.
15, you get across. You just get it across. It's no 3-point landing, but you get across and make your way further into the gauntlet. Following
Binley
the path.
weighed him down.
Huh?
Binley weighed him down.
Yeah, it was. That's what it was. You make your way across and continue following the path that you remember was the way out. I think, yeah, you were in here this way before too. So you know the gist of where it's going. At this point, you could let Binley down and he can lead the way, or you can...
I let Binley down because I'm not
Right.
sure how safe, comfortable he'll feel in the
All right.
pockets of my robe.
And he gets down and he looks back at you. And he scratches his ear. And he just starts running. His little legs are really fast. And he's just moving on as fast as he can. And you follow behind. Sheppy, this skull thing has gotten on your other side of you now. Arthurian's right behind you. You're up. What do you do?
All right, I'm going to move 25 feet. Great.
What's direction we
Where?
moving?
straight towards the ghost skeleton.
You hear Otari. He seems to be down on one knee and he looks like he's in pain. You must take, go and take the wall. Belcora. Now,
Okay.
with your first stride, you make it to the edge of this little island, and you see before you, within your reach, you see the skeleton all stretched before you. You see the sword. It looks like some fancy rapier, and it's still within a case, a sheath. You also see this armor wrapping around the skeleton itself. You also see a pack that you could pull from the skeleton. You don't see your lantern, nor do you see your sling. What would you like to do?
How many actions is it going to take to...
You tell me what
Pick
you're
up the-
doing. You tell me what you're doing,
Oh.
and I'll tell you.
Well, I don't want to be greedy in this situation. I just want to get the armor.
That's going to take a while to get that armor off. The pack you could reach down and pull right off. The sword you can pull out of the sheath, or take quite a while to unstrap it, like the armor. But the pack
Well,
you can actually
remind me.
pull off.
Remind me, we're looking for armor, correct? For this, the final piece was armor. It wasn't another sword, was it?
Are you asking me, the GM?
Yeah, did you tell us?
No. You don't know. It's up to you.
Yeah, we don't know. We knew the sword, the book, the brooch, but the fourth item we didn't know.
Well, can I ask him? Can I ask the ghost? Which item?
Yeah, you can.
All right. Which item is gonna be an icon for us to drop the barrier?
I don't know of any icons. For me, I died. I don't know. Just take and go.
All right. Well, I'm gonna work on getting his armor off.
All right. That'll take a while. You're done. Arthurian, you are up next. Your little goblin friend Sheppy is working away. You can hear him get out of the water, and he's up on that mound. You can see him just up ahead, tugging away at something. It looks something to do with those bones. What do you do?
Gonna step closer to the ghost and see if I can keep it occupied.
All right. You move in to attack. Okay? Go ahead and make an attack on this floating skeleton.
22.
That is a miss. You have another shot. Get you on the rebound. Your big mace.
I'll try. 19.
And you whiff once again. It's so elusive, kind of in the air. It's hard. It's not easy to target. It's a smaller target than you're used to.
And Arthurian's gonna yell, Sheppy, work faster!
I'm trying. It's stuck.
Okay. There, in the pack. Take the pack. Otari says.
Sheppy grabs the pack.
We're not there yet. Hold on. Meanwhile, back in the splashing water, Althea, you can see this skeleton ahead of you. If you'd like to take an action and jump in, let me know. You can see this battle going on at this moment. Arthurian
Yeah, I
is
wouldn't
engaged.
just sit there. I would try to join in.
All right, go ahead and roll perception as your initiative. We'll see where you wind up. And also for you, Alessandra. Let me put you in there as well. So go ahead and roll, Alessandra. You can roll as well. All right, so this glowing skeleton turns and it eyes you, Arthurian, as you swing aggressively at it. And it begins to shoot sparks, and arcs of energy begin to appear all around it once again. Oh, I forgot about the token HUD. Darn it, I was opening the character sheet every time I wanted to do something. Duh. What's your armor class again?
21.
I don't know if it's the water or what, but you feel the pain and you almost fall to your knees as you begin to shake and almost drop your mace. You're taking 28 points of electricity damage. However, it slightly rises as you begin to hunker down and almost fall into the water. It flies over your head. There is an opportunity to strike.
I will take it. 19, not good enough.
Not good enough. You whiff. And it makes its way up towards Sheppy. Sheppy. It fills the air. The crackles once again. And you feel the energy. While your back is turned, you feel this arc of electricity pierce through your flesh, and you begin to singe and scream in agony. 38 points of electricity
I'm not
damage.
in the water.
You're
I'm
not in the water.
right?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
38 points of electricity damage surge through your
Yeah,
body.
I'm down.
Sheppy
Yep, he's
collapses. He collapses again.
Oh, Lord.
Althea, you hear the screams ahead of Sheppy and the cursings. Of the dwarf.
Well, she's just gonna run in there. Heal Arthurian 14 hit points with using her healer's gloves to interact.
Need to get Sheppy. Need to get him out of here.
And then
What is that, the healing thing? What is that?
the healer's gloves.
Yeah, what does it do?
I can heal. You can soothe the wounds of a willing, living, adjacent creature, restoring 2d6 plus 7 hit points to that creature. It's a positive healing effect, and I can't harm undead with the healing.
What is it? There's no die roll with it? It's just you touch?
Yeah, you touch. I did roll the dice though.
Yeah. Okay.
And they also give a +1 item bonus to medicine checks, but it can only be used once a day.
But it's not a
Yes.
medicine check.
It is not.
Okay. All right.
Here, there you go.
Okay. Okay, it's a magical item.
So I have used I have used today's effect.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. All right, that's pretty cool. So that's 2 actions.
And now
It's almost 9 o'clock.
I know.
I'm sorry.
And then I'll use my last action because I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything else. Althea is going to try to recall knowledge on this creature to find out anything else. I know I've done it before, but there is definitely still something missing because we keep trying to face it, and I know this creature's too strong for us. Well, Althea knows this creature's too strong because we can't seem to lay even the most accurate, strikes on this creature, and it is just destroying us.
This
So
would
it's
be
just trying to find a weakness.
occultism.
Occultism. And if I failed, I'd like to use a hero point.
Go ahead.
Alright, I clicked reroll and keep the new result.
All right. Yes, these are the fireballs of some long-lost wizard you've read about in stories told around your hearth at home. You remember this. They're fireballs. Somewhere there must be a wizard. You think to yourself. Okay, you're done. Alright, Althea, you do have to leave pretty soon. I don't want to push you into this, but if you'd like to linger a little bit more, it's up to you. If you'd like to give us some advice for running the character. However, if...
How do you want me to run her? All defensive, healing spells? What do you want?
If we continue to fight this, I have a 99.9999%. I'm pretty sure there's that chance that we are going to fail. In the past that we've tried to face this, we have always fled. There is no way we can defeat this. We already know.
You read my mind entirely.
We already know magic does nothing because we have tried, especially with Sheppy. Sheppy has tried and failed. We've tried with our physical hits. We can't even hit the dang thing. So that is a no. You just from a player perspective, you're 22 diddly. So, please, get Sheppy. Get out of there. On my next turn, I would like to flee.
Alright, so get Sheppy, get out.
Yes.
Correction, get Sheppy, grab the bag, get out.
And then I would like eventually to maybe ask around. We never really got into what that fourth item was, so maybe while we're here, put the current items on the altar, or we might want to wait. This way we know the items are in our hand and they don't accidentally get stolen.
Well, Otari said that the other one was in his bag, so I gotta get Sheppy, gotta get the bag, get the hell out of here.
Okay.
You can always watch. We are live, Althea. You can sit there and scream orders.
I wish. I'm gonna be too busy with the darn pup. Right. Yeah. So. Yeah. There, you and Arthurian and Alessandra. You guys are quick enough and whatnot, strong enough. Carry Sheppy out. Get that bag. But yeah, good luck, guys.
See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
Right.
Be careful.
Yeah.
I got you.
You be careful.
I got you. Nothing will happen. I got you.
All right, and.
All right, Rachel. Thanks for joining, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay.
All right. See ya. Have a good night. Bye.
See you, Rachel. Bye.
Okay. What we'll do here is we'll take a short break. I got to take a break. 5 minutes or 10 if you need it. And we'll come back and we'll pick up with this. Sheppy, you're up next. Okay? Now, who wants to run Althea? I could do them
both.
You sure? I could let Eric do it, but he's getting there. Pretty soon Cassandra's going to make the arrival. She's a fast one.
She's pretty simple. She's just running, so that's not a big deal. Then I can get Sheppy.
Okay.
That sounds okay to me.
All right, let's take a short little break, folks, and we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes as we get rearranged. Good fun, good fun. We're getting there. Okay?
You do.
Okay, folks, I'm going to put us on intermission here. Hope you guys enjoy.
I'll be right back.
We will be right right back. Stay tuned, folks. All right, here we are. We're going to pick up where we left off. Part 2. Of course, Rachel had to step out. She'll be back with us next week. She has some things to take care of. No big deals. And we have Eric here as well, slipped in while we were going through this. And hopefully he'll arrive in time to capture the glory of defeating this terrible, vile, floating skull that shoots electricity. Even though it's like surrounded by fire. Kind of weird, but yeah, that's what that is. So we're going to pick up where we left off. We have... Who's up next? Is it Sheppy? I believe so.
I will use my hero point to recover.
No,
when it-
yeah,
when it
Sheppy.
comes
Go
to-
ahead.
I'm using my hero point to recover.
Okay, that stabilizes you. Go ahead and remove the dying. You are wounded 1. However, unconscious and prone, etc.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, hold on here, Sheppy. I got to move you in initiative to just above this creature's initiative. I'll let you do that, though. Okay? It's not... Technically, it's not really your turn. It's Alessandra's. But I'll let you do that. That's okay. I'll let it slide. Althea, Alessandra, you're up next with that initiative roll you made. You are, of course,
right.
back in that chamber yet. You haven't entered the room, but you hear the sounds of battle ahead and Althea racing off, almost over her head in the water.
Alessandra would be following suit, so she'd move inside of the cavern after Althea.
Okay, it's a stride.
As soon as she lays eyes on this creature, she is going to lay down cover fire and try and draw its attention to her.
Okay, go ahead and make a attack. Before you roll, I won't look at the roll. Hold on.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm not looking at it yet. Wait a minute. Alright. Okay, now let's look at your roll. Okay. It shoots wild. It has no effect on the creature. Actually, it ducked. Basically, the target ducks against +2 circumstance bonus. +4 against the bonus circumstance. It also takes a -2 penalty to its ranged attack rolls that it makes, I guess. So it chose to duck, is what it did.
Okay.
So what effect is that? I don't get it.
If the target ducks, it gains a +2 circumstance bonus to AC against your attack, or a +4
It's kind of like
circumstance.
it's kind of like a reaction or something. So he ducks,
Sounds-
which means he's going to be
Sounds like a
penalized.
reaction.
Yeah, it does, but I don't think it is because it doesn't say that. But regardless, his armor class was boosted. He's ducking behind cover, like the edge of this wall here is perfect, actually. But If it tries to attack with ranged attacks, it's penalized. That's the thing. So if this creature has no ranged attack, it's kind of pointless to use this on him.
She's gonna take another crack at it.
But if it doesn't choose to duck, you gain a +1 to hit it.
Okay.
So there is a reason to use this. So you're fine. Anyway, moving on. Alessandra whips around the corner and fires off a shot. Trying to cause it to dodge, which it did. It actually pulled itself around the corner, making it even harder to hit. And your shot thus misses the creature entirely. You have more to do here, I believe.
Yeah, she's gonna try and take one more shot at it.
Okay. You have a second pistol? Ready?
Locked and loaded.
Go for it. Maybe you have to reload these things. That one prematurely goes off high and wide. I missed that one. Arthurian, you're feeling a little better, a little invigorated. What do you do?
I'll move up, and I'm gonna see if I can set my shield in the water and splash some water onto this thing.
All right.
Done everything else to it. I might as well see if we can put out the fire.
All right, you splash water up on it, it covers it, does nothing.
Okay.
You have one more.
Could I move by it
Tumble through.
since I'm in the water
You have to
and
tumble
it's
through.
not?
Oh, you could, yeah, you could. I guess you could do that if you want to go under the water and swim under it. I could let you do that. It's basically
pop up
blocking
right
the
here.
way. Okay, go ahead and give me an athletics check. As you dive under the water to get away from it.
I will hero point that.
It's not afraid of going underwater.
$18.
Okay, let me check it. That is a complete failure. So you end your turn in front of it. You didn't actually get there. You are still here. You cannot get underneath it without drowning yourself or hitting the wall or having it attack you. It's just so maneuverable. It's floating around up and down, and it even dips into the water and back up again. The flames seem to be unaffected. You know that now. You fools! Take the pack and go! Your friend, leave him behind! Leave!
I will not.
Sheppy, I'll assume that you make your recovery here, so you're done. All right?
Okay.
Can't do anything yet anyway. Sorry. And we're going to go to this floating skull that wants revenge. Okay. Give me a number from 1 to 6. Eric.
Yes.
1 to 6. Pick a number.
3.
All right. Gotta keep Eric in the action here. He's waiting. The skull turns to face you, Arthurian. But it seems angered and looks beyond you. It makes an attempt to go over your head and beyond. Go ahead, if you would like to use a reaction. Do so now.
22.
It misses. It makes its way up and around Althea, and there, Alessandra, you are confronted by this skull face to face. You feel the electrical arc fill the air. Hold on. Get this out of the way. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh. Oh.
This
That's
is
not
not going to be good.
The electricity burns and singes your flesh. Your clothing begins to catch on fire. You go to put it out quick, but the pain is racking your body. 28 points of electricity damage. And then it moves back this way. It's right behind you, Arthurian. Althea's next.
Althea's gonna flee. Like she wanted me to. Althea's just gonna get there and wait with healing.
Is she done?
Yeah.
Alice-
As soon as she leaves the room, yeah. I can't move her, so if you want to move her for me.
That was like 15 or so feet.
That'll work.
Anything else?
Well, nah, that'll be it. She just wanted to flee.
All right. Arthurian? Or Alessandra, sorry, you're up. It's looking grim. You're feeling in pain after that last attack. You're burned, you're singed. Your hair is standing straight up. What do you do?
She's going to reload my pistol, bring it up, and she's going to take a warning shot at it.
What's that? Something special? Learning about the gunslinger here, folks. Alright, so you that attempt to demoralize. That's an
Correct.
intimidation, so go ahead and make that. As you let off a shot that ricochets off the ceiling. So, yeah. Demoralize. Trying everything you can think of.
At this point, she's trying to think of everything that she's got in her arsenal to try and tip the scales in their favor.
Can you make that roll?
Just click the red the roll out. I think.
Wow. All right, so wow. What else does this say here? Modify weapon unit finishes. Okay. As you do this, you're kind of leaning against the wall, I imagine. out of desperation.
Mm-hmm.
My only question is this. Didn't you just fire 2 rounds?
Mm-hmm. In her last in the last round, she did fire 2 rounds at it.
So you have nothing loaded.
She spent 1 action to load 1 pistol, and then she spent her second action to fire it.
Okay. This time around. I can let you do that.
Correct.
Okay, I'll let you do that.
Okay.
Because I don't remember you saying you did that, but yeah, we'll assume you did that. All right, so as you do that, leaning against the wall, you, out of desperation, you just say, this has got to end. And you let off a warning shot in the air, gaining the attention of this creature, shouting profanities as well. You are successful. It reacts to you. The skull immediately turns in your direction, and somehow, you don't know what it is, but somehow the flames around it, the aura itself begins to almost fade in on itself, as if reacting to your attempt to at least distract.
Good job.
Yeah. Very good.
She screams at Arthurian, grab him and get out.
All right, in that case, I'm going to end your turn. Because I did let you off the
Will
hook
do.
there. And we're going to go to Arthurian. Very good. Dizzy, awesome.
I'm gonna move up to Sheppy and try to grab him.
All right, you can do that. So you move up.
Now, I have a question.
Yes.
I have sudden charge,
Okay. That's
which basically gives me 2 movement.
you can't use it for this.
Okay.
That's an attack thing. In this case, you're moving up, swiping him up, and if that's all you want to do. Now, I am a generous GM. If you are creative with how you want to do things, go for it.
Gotta grab the pack and Cheppy.
That's what I'm thinking about doing.
Yep. Be heroic.
So I was already moving. I think I'm gonna move past Sheppy a little bit. See if I can grab the pack first. Throw it on Sheppy's body and then, yeah. Then get ready to move.
That's what I was hoping you would do. As you step on the right side of this very fragile island, the earth begins to give way. You feel your... I'm just kidding.
I'm like, come on, away.
I'm just kidding. It'd be so good. That's brutal.
I was waiting for it, actually.
You were.
Like, don't tease me now, Fritz. Come on.
You
Give
get
it to-
swallowed up by the island itself. It is a living creature. A
It
mouther.
would not surprise me in this place. It would not surprise me.
All right, give me a roll here. I want you to make a public roll so we can all see this and enjoy this because we all love it. We love to roll our dice, don't we? Let me see what would be appropriate. It's going to be athletics. I'm going to make you make athletics. Yeah, we're going to do an athletics check. You can do this public. I have a DC in mind as you attempt to swipe up this pack, which you do quite well. Now, what are you doing when you grab that pack? It just tears away from the skeleton.
I moved over here. First action, second action, grab the pack. Third action, and we'll try to put it on Sheppy's body and get ready to move.
What are you putting on his body?
The backpack. So I'm trying to take them both at once.
You could have one under each arm.
Let's do that then.
But the only question I have is, where is the shield?
Tied on my back.
Did you spend an action to tie that on your back?
I don't think I pulled it out because the only thing I pulled out was my mace whenever we got in here.
I will let you pick up both of these characters if you drop your weapon and shield. Or your weapon and shield. You'd have to drop them. But you will pick up these 2 characters. And on top of that, I'll allow you to move.
That's fine.
Okay. You do so. Go ahead and make your final stride out of the chamber, if you can. And you're going to have to stop right at the guy if you want to. Now, you can't get through him without using tumble through, but that's a separate thing, so you can't do that. You can move elsewhere into the room further if you so choose. Otherwise, you're going to be ending your turn with your friend in the backpack in your hands. Let me see.
And I can't sneak him out along the wall.
No. Let me see something. All right. You can attempt to stride. And you can attempt to tumble through. That includes your movement. So, yeah, it was my mistake. So, with your movement, move up to the creature.
Okay.
Whoops. Let me see something here. Maybe. Oh, yeah, you can. All right. I didn't see that. Sorry, Kyle. You were right. You can move around him. I didn't think there was room around him. Yeah, you can move around him. Just go ahead and move. No tumble through. Sorry.
You're good. I just wasn't sure with the wall being right there what the parameters were.
Yeah. There is enough room there. I didn't realize it.
That's my 25 feet maxed out.
All right, so you're right next to him, dragging Sheppy's body. All right, and with that, we're going to move on. Yes, go, escape. You hear from the ghost. Sheppy, you're fine. You're sleeping away. However, the skull begins to react, following your every movement, Arthurian, as you make your way past him. It sees you. However, it seems to be distracted. Give me a number from 1 to 6, Eric.
2.
The creature suddenly turns about as it hears the screaming sounds of Otari, the spirit beyond. It moves in to attack Otari. You hear screams again as it seems to be descending on the ghost and attacking him. You hear the crackles
Screw Atari.
of
Let's get out of
electricity.
here.
Althea, you're up next.
Althea's just going to be getting healing prepped up. She saw Alessandra take a massive shot, and she knows that Sheppy's down, so she's just sort of getting healing prepped up for whenever we get out of here.
She can use a ready. That's 2 actions, and you can use 1 anytime. You could do that. I don't know. Yeah, you could do that. You could.
Yeah, I
Soon,
could do that.
soon
So I'll ready an action for medicine for whoever gets out here first.
as you can't use medicine in combat, though. That's the thing. A spell.
Yeah,
A spell you could.
Does she have the battle medicine feat?
I don't think so. I don't think she's even trained in medicine.
Oh, yeah, no, I remember. You're right. She's not.
She has those gloves, and that's a single action use, but it's only once per day. So if she had a spell, she could. A 1 action heal spell would do it.
Yeah, then she'll just ready a 1 action heal. I can't
Right.
open up her sheet, but I know she has the heal spell.
Yeah, we'll assume she does. If she doesn't, well, okay. And then the trigger, of course, is as soon as you make your presence through there, she's gonna, let me heal him, and do her thing.
Yep.
Okay, Alessandra, you're next. You see Arthurian trudging through the water. He's got something in his right arm, and he's got a Sheppy just laying there limp in the other arm.
I picture Sheppy floating in the Arthurian shield.
He's probably got you on his shoulder. That's how he's got you, because he's
I've
he's
got him
small
slung
too.
up over.
He's small too.
Trying to keep him out of the water up here, so I got him slung up on my shoulder like a cat.
Alessandra would take up the rear and just keep an eye on what's happening as she follows Arthurian with Sheppy out.
You doing nothing, or do you want to ready in action? Do you want to like for instance, you could say, as soon as Arthurian makes good as the escape and gets out of the water, he's next to Althea, you're gonna spend a stride. You're gonna stride right out of this room right behind him. That you could do as soon as he gets out of the room. You'd be able to move.
She'll do that.
Or you could shoot. Or you could shoot if the creature comes back. You could shoot. Up to you.
She's gonna load her pistols and then ready up an action in case the creature tries to come after them.
You can load one and then ready to fire it, and that's the best you can do. You can't reload them both because it takes...
Alright, she'll reload one.
Alright, it takes 2 actions to ready. 1 action. You have to sacrifice 2 of your actions to ready.
She'll do that then.
Alright, Arthurian, you're back to you.
I'm gonna keep dragging Sheppy out of here.
Okay. Alright. As soon as you get out there, Althea turns around. Wait! Go ahead and do your 1 action heal. The power
I
of Desna.
can't open her sheet.
How come?
Says I don't have access.
Oh, I didn't give you permission. Okay, that's my fault.
That would be why.
Yep. Sorry, I forgot. I know I gave you permission.
good.
I gave you permission for Sheppy, and I totally forgot I have to give you permission for her, too. So, my bad. Where are you? Eric's going to make it just in time, and he's got to go. Are you good till like 10:30, Eric?
I should be okay, yeah.
All right. I'll get you in here.
I'm going to be leaving work soon.
Yeah, you are. You're going to be home. You going to jump on?
We'll see.
Don't say we'll see. We're still playing. You better.
Jesse is playing Elden Ring.
Screw
I mean, you owe me a shield now, Sheppy.
Yeah. Don't worry.
And
You'll
a
have
mace.
20 shields. You'll have 20 shields waiting for you back in Otari.
And a mace.
I have something in my inventory I was going to give you. It's a magic.
Oh, you're good, Bubby. I don't need nothing. I'm just messing with you.
No, you need this magic warhammer. I think you had it at one point.
I think I did too on Marshall.
Yep.
We all know how that turned out.
Yeah.
All right, you have ownership.
Right. Let me see what she has here.
2 action heal. It's powerful.
They prepped up a 1 action, Bubby, unfortunately, so.
Alright.
She's going to cast a 1 action, which means you're going to get back 1d8.
And that'll
I
wake
gotta
up.
go.
Okay.
I'll see you.
All right.
Take care.
He healed 1 hit point.
All right. Well, at least he's awake. He could
Yeah.
function now. There is that. So that was Althea's reaction as you pass through the portal here. She lays on hands and she says some words, and Sheppy starts to come awake and come to, his eyes open. He feels a little bit better. Althea! And Arthurian, you're standing there. I think that's the end of your turn. And
Yeah, that's the end for me.
now, Alessandra, what was your action to react? You were going to run through this, or were you ready in your
She was
weapon?
going. She was going to. Sorry. She was going to load one of her pistols and have it ready in case the creature were to try and attack them from behind. That would be her readied action.
So her readied action was to fire if the creature approaches.
Mm-hmm.
That was the trigger, I mean.
Yes.
And it costs you 2 of your actions. We're getting technical here. It costs 2 of your actions to do that. You sacrifice 2 actions for a reaction at some other point in the turn. That's what it is.
Sacrifice them.
All right. All right, so Arthurian, you're done. We're going to move on. You hear screams from Latari. Suddenly, you hear the patter of feet. Cassandra, you hear screams, familiar sounds, the sounds of a goblin, the sounds of screams from Alessandra. You recognize the voice. You begin to make your way further down through this corridor with coffins lining the walls. There's this one little section. It's a natural cavern with natural steps going down, long steps. You make your way down there. You find yourself where you are right now, and I believe you're within sight. You have a torch lit, by the way. The mouse is in your pocket, tucked away, perhaps, safe and sound, as you figured out where you are. You know what's happening now. You've been led here to find your companions. They said they were going here. Or did they? No, they said they were going to the Smuggler's Refuge. So you're not sure what you're going to find here. But as you get to the bottom of this familiar area, there you see your friends, as well as a stranger. Okay? I'm going to put you in the tracker here, because we are still in an encounter. So go ahead and roll your initiative. It's going to be perception. Oh. Let's see where you get in the tracker. Okay. All right, Sheppy. Sheppy.
Sir,
What do you do?
what you need, boss man?
What do you do? You're up.
Sheppy bowed out.
Are you running him?
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I got him. I got him and Althea. Just tell me which one you need me to do.
Sheppy.
Yep. All right. So what you need from Sheppy?
It's Sheppy's turn.
I got Althea too, but well, let's see here. One, huh? I think he's just gonna get up. Not sure which way this creature is moving. He's gonna scuttle backwards a little bit. Seeing Cassandra, he's gonna scuttle back a little bit. Not comfortable around the entrance to that place anymore. And he's actually gonna cast. Can you cast heal on yourself?
Yeah. Yes.
He's going to do the 2-action heal to himself.
Does he have healing spells?
Yeah. Says heal on it. Oh, that's what, 2d8?
Yeah, he does. He's got primal tradition. That has heal in it. Druids have that. It's based on your actions. How many you want to take?
2. I'm just going to do the 2-action heal there, so he gets an extra d8. He will take that.
Right. doesn't take away his wounded condition, sadly.
But at least gives him a little more than 1 HP.
Right. All right, Alessandra, since you're still in the background and have not vacated the chamber, you see the skull appear once again. And it comes whipping through the cavern mouth and the tunnel. Screaming in your direction. And once again, the arc appears in the air. Now, you can fire at any point. Do you want to do that before it makes its attack?
As soon as it starts racing towards her, she's gonna fire the shot.
Go for it. It's close range. Make your attack. You can use a hero point if you'd like.
Spend a hero point. Come on.
Wow. Did you roll the same exact thing? You did. With this.
Somebody take a screenshot of that, because that is...
No, wait a minute. You took a -5 penalty on that. You don't. This is a re-roll. It's not your second attack. So let's add 5 to that roll. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 is what you scored. It gave you a -5 multi-attack penalty. You don't take that when you're reacting with your shots.
Okay.
It counts as your first. But that still missed miserably. The shot goes wild, and the creature continues on in your direction, and the electricity fills the air once again. What did I roll before? Okay, let's check your armor class. Let's see what happens. All right. Once again, you feel the burning sensation. Your hair begins to catch on fire. You feel it. You begin to shake. 15 points of electricity damage. Ooh.
How much damage?
15. Oh, no.
She's down.
Yep. You only had 14. Alessandra collapses at the entrance to the cavern. And okay. Althea's next.
Don't really leave me a lot here, friends. Shit. Just gonna try to wade in and pull Althea and pull Alessandra out of the way. He's gonna try to pull Alessandra out of the chamber.
Okay. So you move up, get a hold of her. Now this is going to be a check because Alessandra's much heavier. I don't know what her encumbrance is, but I'm going to make you make a athletics check for this. So go ahead and do that. It's not too much distance to get her out of there.
And that one, Althea will re-roll that.
Boy, the tide is not going in your direction.
15.
She pulls and she pulls and she barely gets a few inches out of the water. She's just too heavy for. You still have some time to do something else.
Thea's gonna call to Arthurian to assist.
Okay. You want to make another? Want to make another
Yeah,
check?
I'm gonna make another one here.
All right. No penalty on this. Go for it.
Nat 1
Oof.
doesn't matter.
Wow. All right, Althea's struggling in the water just up ahead of Arthurian, trying to pull Alessandra out of the water, keep her from sinking and drowning. Alessandra, you're moved in the initiative. You're actually right here. So we're going to skip that. Skip you. We're going to go to Cassandra. Now, Cassandra, you've made your appearance. All you know is that you see your friends up ahead and a stranger. You hear the cries of battle and the sounds of explosions. Not sure what that's about, but something is happening. What do you
Okay.
do?
So that's one action to get to there. And it's another to get to here. When I get to here, I just look at Arthurian, who seems to be a bit banged up, and I say, I apologize for my absence. I what is happening? Is that Alessandra in the water?
Yep, let's go get her.
Right? And so then as my last action, let's do another move. I'll go to here. Alright, that's my 3 actions.
Okay, now you do have a
Oh,
torch.
boy.
You do have a torch in your hand. You could drop it at any time, but you do have a torch in your one hand. Okay. And a mouse. And a mouse in your pocket.
think I want it. Oh, that's right. I should have left the mouse on dry land first.
Okay, you done?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Arthurian, you're next.
All right, Arthurian's gonna wade in. He's gonna share a spot with Althea for the moment. He's gonna try to deadlift Alessandra out of there with the help of Cassandra.
All right, so technically she's done, but you're not. So you could actually lift her right out of there if you wanted to. Go ahead and make an athletics check to just pull her right out of there and drag yourself up on dry land, up where Althea currently is. Just make an athletics check.
A flat 2.
Oof. Wow. You manage to pull Alessandra from the water. She begins to move and fall back. Althea is close by, kind of pulling and nudging while you're doing this. Cassandra's kind of doing likewise. She's just getting in there, but she can't get a grip on the legs of Alessandra to really be of any help. But you do manage to pull her out. You get as far as this. 5 feet.
I'm gonna do it again.
Okay, if you have the time to do so, go for it. What is that?
Nat 20.
There you go. Go as far as you want, my friend.
I sling out Alessandra up over my shoulder, and I call back to Cassandra, "Get out of that chamber right now!"
Okay.
And I'm gonna move both of them because I got Alessandra on my shoulders now. I'm gonna move up here. So Diz, move up by me.
Okay. All right. So that's just Cassandra's still in the water. That's it. Everyone else has vacated this chamber.
Sure.
All right. Sheppy will be next. Kyle?
Oh. He's not trained in medicine. He's not trained in that. What could I really have him do to help this situation? Not a whole lot. I can't really have him heal because he's not trained in medicine, and she's undead anyway.
You don't know that.
Medicine still works on her as a Dhampir.
Yeah, but any positive hurts
Yeah,
her.
no positive.
I guess Sheppy's gonna take the bag that Arthurian got and begin to rummage through it to see why Otari said to take the bag.
Yeah. He begins rummaging through it. Is that it?
What would you like me to roll for that one, Fritz?
For what, the bag?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to save that, but... Let me see
Well,
where it is. There's no...
To search the bag.
There's no roll. You can just open the bag and get inside and you can see what's there. What I will describe here is you see not much, actually. A couple things. You see what looks like a leather wrapping of something with a flap on the front, a little buckle on the front. It's like a little leather case with a buckle on front. It's kind of big. Would easily strap onto the side of a belt or something. You see that, and you also see what looks like a key just laying loose at the bottom of the bag. You also see some little rotted cloth and things, but nothing of substance. So you see a key, an old tarnished key, and a little pouch. Okay, that's what you see in there.
Okay. Sheppy will put it back in the backpack.
Okay. Make a note and remind me of what I just described to you that's in that. All right. So I don't forget.
Roger that.
Okay. And you're done, I think, so we'll go to Alessandra. All right. So, Alessandra, you need to make a recovery roll. Or, if you have hero points, you can spend all of them to stabilize instantly.
I already spent my hero points, so
You have none left?
I only had the one.
So you have none.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so what am I rolling?
Flat d20. You need a 10 or greater, plus your dying value, which is dying 1. So 11 or greater. Got this. Oof. Ouch. What is happening tonight? This is terrible. It's not a critical failure. So you're now...
It's not a success either.
Right. So you're now dying 2. So increase your dying to 2. It's going to get harder to heal now. Or stabilize. Okay? Do you remember how to do that on your token? Just left click the dying condition? Or the...
Already did.
Okay. Yeah, you got it. You got it. All right. You hear more screams and electrical sounds coming from the area where Cassandra is. Cassandra, you can just see as you hear these screams, you can see in that room, the chamber, that skull is just flying back and forth around the spirit of Otari, seemingly doing damage to him. He's in pain, even though he's a spirit. Althea is next.
Okay.
Do we try to destroy this creature? Calls out Cassandra.
No, leave it.
It's hurting the nice ghost.
And Althea will reply, since it's her turn, that we've tried to hit it with martial means, can't hit it. We've tried hitting it with magical means, can't hit it. We can't beat this thing. Not at this time, but she believes that there's a wizard somewhere that has casted that particular fireball or something as she mimed. She's saying this very, very quickly and urging you to come out of the water. So I guess that's one action.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Second action, she's going to...
Will a heal stabilize Alessandra?
That's what I'm thinking. But I don't really know if a heal really would. So, let me look here.
What are you trying to do?
I'm not even trained in medicine, so I can't even stabilize Cassandra. Well, Alessandra at this point.
Yeah, you have to do that in exploration anyway. Unless you have battle medicine.
Yeah, we're
So-
in combat right now, so that's not going to happen.
No spells? Oof. Oh, that's right. All right.
I mean, I've got a heal, but I think it would hurt more than it would help.
Yeah, no, it would.
Althea would likely use the heal spell, but because she doesn't know. But she's done this before, and she's seen the negative effects. And as she leans down and looks at her friend and sees a familiar pallidness to the flesh, a familiarity to it all, she hesitates, she stops. So she might not use that heal spell after all. So I'm with you on that, Kyle.
Yeah. But she is going to cast Sanctuary on Alessandra.
Is there something to drag?
And that's really all I can do. Wait a minute, I don't even have the actions to do that with because I moved.
It's 2 actions.
Yeah, I spent one action to explain to Cassandra why we can't fight this thing and one action to move up here, so... Hearing the scream, she'll just cast shield on herself.
There you go. That's a good one. There you go.
I ain't making this easy.
All right, so she's done.
Yep,
Althea
she's done.
Cassandra, you're next.
All right. They want me out. I'm out. It's 35 feet.
Okay. Anxious for action, you find yourself running away with a mouse in your pocket.
Yes. I don't have battle medicine, so I can't do anything with Alessandra yet. We have to wait until we're... So she comes out and she looks at Arthurian and... Are we sure this thing will not pursue us out here?
Well, it didn't pursue us last time.
Well,
I hope.
Let's roll a die.
It does. Grab her and run.
Hearing the splashing sounds in the water of Cassandra, she makes her way to follow her friends, abandoning facing off against this strange, glowing skull that she sees in the distance. She's ready to fight. She takes up a stance momentarily. Why do we run? And then she feels a squirm in her pocket. And she looks down and reaches up towards her pocket on her breast, and she feels the little mouse, Binley, feeling some type of connection. And then she looks back towards her friends. She sees Althea. Althea's looking in your direction. And you think better of standing against this creature. You begin to splash out of the water and head towards your friends reluctantly. The screams continue, but they become infrequent. You all pause. You can hear the breathing of Arthurian in the back. Everyone's just trying to get their breath. Alessandra still lies there, dying. I need you to make a recovery check, Alessandra. Unless Sheppy or Arthurian has something up their sleeve, you can do that first. Yes or no? I'm thinking no.
Let me look here.
Look real quick there.
Sheppy don't have nothing.
Does he have harm?
No, he doesn't.
He has access to it.
I got worms repast, but no harm.
Okay. How about Arthurian? Anything?
I mean, I could slit my palm open, give her blood.
What's that gonna do? Right.
Okay, here we go. Flat D20.
You need a 12 or greater. Oh. Almost a critical fail. That would have killed you.
This is not good.
You're dying 3. All right. Still, the creature does not reappear. Everybody has another action. To do something for Alessandra.
Sandra would like to stabilize Alessandra.
Do so.
I'm gonna hero point that.
I think you only have 1.
I think I have 2 actually.
All right, awesome.
Oh my god!
Wow.
And you can't double hero point with the same roll.
No. So, but you have more actions, do you?
Yeah, that's one action, but there's only one thing that can be done to stabilize someone.
What is that, first aid? Or are you thinking something else? Let's see. Administer first aid is 2 actions. It can be used in combat. It's good for stabilizing, as well as stopping bleed damage. Stabilize. Attempt a medicine check on a creature that has 0 hit points and is dying condition. The DC is 5 or greater. The DC is equal to 5 plus the creature's recovery roll DC. So if it's 12 plus 5, that's what you'd have to roll to do a
17.
first aid.
Yeah.
Now, that's what you did, right? And failed?
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
hero pointed, that failed. So that's 2 actions to do that. Okay, so you only got 1 action left. Damn, nothing is working tonight.
Did she die at dying 4?
Yes. Unless she has a feat for that. I don't think she does.
Don't believe I do.
I think it's called Die Hard.
Dampiers don't have an extra something, or I don't know.
No.
Just looking at my inventory to see if there's anything else.
Better get ready with that witch.
I'm working my fingers off.
Okay,
Nothing else.
if nobody has anything else until Cassandra comes around again. The only requirement is you have healer's tools.
I have nothing.
Well, Sheppy's got healing tools.
Is Sheppy up?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
But he's untrained in medicine, so I can't even do it.
Oh, that's right. Oh. Sandra's definitely gonna want to have a group chat before we level up next time.
All right, Alessandra, go ahead and make another check. 13 or greater.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh! Oh, no. It's too late for group chats. It has happened again. Everything goes black. Your dreams fade away. Alessandra. And with that, there's silence. The screams fade away in the distance. You no longer hear Otari screaming. Alessandra's body lies motionless and lifeless. Cassandra, reaching in her pouches and packets, thinking, ready to apply some more first aid. Come, there's got to be something I could do. Try as you must. It's too late. The damp pier's already pallid flesh begins to turn black. Gray, grayish black. You all stand there in shock as you see once again a companion fallen so soon. And with that, Alessandra, I'm going to turn on the torch for you so you can click on that, so you can see what's going on. And yes, I'm going to end the encounter.
Arthurian's gonna kneel down beside the body, put a hand on her, give a silent prayer for a while.
It's okay. What are the rest of you
Cassandra
doing?
is very obviously upset that she failed to stabilize Alessandra. Very upset that she was given the opportunity to save someone's life and couldn't do it. She's silent for a while, and when she looks up after kneeling over the body, there are tears of anger in her eyes. And then she reaches out and she grabs Arthurian by the collar, and she just, through gritted teeth, she says, "I insist that we kill that creature. No running. No fleeing. We destroy that creature, or we dishonor the friendship we had."
Oh, we hit it with everything we got, lassie. It laughed at us. Can't fight that creature right now.
We fight smarter.
How are you gonna fight smarter than that?
We
Me
will
and
plan.
Sheppy and Althea are up to our chests in water, lassie. I want revenge too, but we can't throw ourselves away like that. This makes twice now that I've carried Sheppy out. We cannot fight it, not right now. But we will. And when we do, we're gonna take one of her pistols, shove it up that thing's ass if it's got one, and pull the trigger. Throwing more lives away, lass, would not help this situation.
She gets up and she doesn't know what to say. She knows you're right on some level, but instinctively she thinks you're wrong on another one. But she doesn't know how to express this kind of emotions. She gets up frustrated and stalks off by herself. Walks past this handsome hulking man without even asking who he is.
We should carry her body back to the surface. Take her back to town. Be laid to rest proper.
Okay. Now there is another body, not to forget, Alara, not far away from here.
Aye.
So you'll have 2 bodies to take back if you take them back.
Arthurian will look around to Sheppy, Althea. And then you also need to get Victoria out of here, too.
Okay. Do you want to do any quick medicine checks now? Because we are out of encounter. The encounter?
Alara. Not Victoria.
Yeah, sure.
For
So I have ward
Thank-
medic and continual recovery. So
Sheppy
I
has...
think Sheppy's about the only one that's badly hurt.
yeah, but I can do both of you in 10 minutes. The same 10 minutes, so it doesn't matter.
That works.
All right. So this will be for Sheppy. Alright, so it's 2d8.
was close.
It's not impressive. This will be for Arthurian.
While she's over there, Arthurian would sort of pat her on the knee. I know you're upset, lassie. I am too. But right now we have a job to do. We can get vengeance later. We need to carry them back to Otori. Have them laid to rest proper.
She's still too choked up to say anything, so she just nods through her tears.
Arthurian would offer her a dry clean rag.
She takes it, wipes away, puts it back.
Keep it, lassie.
I follow your lead, Arthurian.
Never gets any easier, lassie, losing people. No matter how close you are to them. Arthurian will kneel down and pick up Alessandra's pistols, and he'll hand one to Cassandra. Carry that with you for when we come back here and we deal with this creature. Carry that with you.
So she accepts it.
Okay, that's let me see if I could drag that to your sheet.
Sheppy is much like Cassandra, sort of just taken aback, shocked. But yeah. And after a while, Arthurian will try to collect Alessandra, begin carrying her up.
Would you like to go to that main chamber where Alara's body is currently kept?
Yep, I'd like to take her back there for now.
Yeah, kind of reorganize yourselves, get your bearings. Alright, let's do that. And Cassandra, you did take a pistol?
I did.
Okay.
And Arthurian took the other, and as they walk, you hear Arthurian sort of singing the saddest dwarven farewell melody you probably ever heard. Roughly as he carried her.
Okay, we should be in that chamber right now with all this other goodies. Let's get rid of the torch. Got too much light in here, so mark off a torch. I assume you have some. I hope you do. Mark off a torch, Cassandra.
Okay.
And who else has a light on? Althea. Let's take that off because it's too bright in here. Plink. Okay, so you've gathered yourself back in this chamber. It's a short little jaunt over here through the alcove, the corridor with all the coffins in those alcoves. You make your way back in through the secret chamber and so on. That little kitchen area that seems to always smell like fresh cooking food. Carmen stays distance. He's watched this whole thing transpire, taking no interest whatsoever. He does have his hands on that blade, caressing it during the whole fight at the ready, but he never used it. He never engaged. And at this stage, it's once again back in his belt loop. And you guys have found yourself gathered in this chamber once again. So, spreading the body out on the table, I assume.
Yeah, Arthurian will lay her next to Alara.
Okay, let me put her over here for now. And so she does have quite a bit of equipment. Do you want to just leave it be for the moment, or do you want me to kind of pile it up in that little treasure chest?
Put it in the treasure chest, because Arthurian won't go rummaging, and I don't think Althea would either.
Okay, let me do that. You guys can open up
Not
that.
just now.
You can open up that treasure chest, and you can see the stuff that's going to be added. And if there's something that takes your attention, feel free to drag it to your character sheet. One of those pistols, for instance, if you want it, Cassandra.
Right.
This is called looting the body. There's even some explorer's clothing, but I'll leave that on.
Does anybody want the hand crossbow?
Not me.
What are you thinking, Dizzy? What's on your mind? Ooh. Wow. Now, we didn't do a will thing. And that's okay for now, but eventually I'm going to institute a will rule for our campaign here, because a lot of folks are dying. Gonna have to have one. But for now, it's okay. You can just divvy this up as you choose in your own way. It's up to you. Or leave it. Give it away, whatever you want. Maybe a new adventurer will join you. Go ahead, Dizzy. What are you thinking?
I had kind of figured that creature would eventually be Alessandra's downfall. But at the same time, she did what she sought out to do, at least with this group, which was to make sure that they were able to get around and be able to survive, which she did as a scout.
Yeah,
So it saddens me considerably that unfortunately I will not be able to continue her story. But who's to say that's the end of the story as a whole, though?
Keep in mind something really important.
Mhm.
You are a new player. You're brand new to Pathfinder. You've never played Pathfinder. This is not D&D. This is a totally different kind of game. It is very lethal.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of classes and a lot of options. And there are some fairly complex and some very challenging classes to play. And the gunslinger is one of them, as is the Dampier, because it changes the normal dynamic players are used to in a game. A Dampier, I mean, the whole healing dynamic changes. You have to spend 2 spells every turn to heal everybody because, you're healed differently. So they have to use a different spell on you, which would typically be harm. There's a whole different dynamic going on. So it's challenging to play them. I always recommend to people, and I've only been playing for 2 years in this system, but I recommend to everybody, when you first learn this system, when you first play, start off simple. Use a core race or ancestry, a core class. Don't worry about this more complex and tricky stuff that takes a lot of thought on how to play. Get used to the system. Get used to the mechanics. Get used to how it tactically plays before you go on and dive into something like a gunslinger. And you're kind of reflecting that. You're learning, you're getting along with it, but you're losing your characters along the way. That's okay. You're learning. It's the best way to learn, right?
Mhm.
But like your next character you're wanting to play is a witch. And I have to tell you that a witch is another complicated, challenging character class to play. If you want to play that, go ahead. But I really suggest roll yourself up something like a sorcerer or a wizard. Something baseline, just to get a better feel for the game and the mechanics so you can understand. I'm not saying you don't know how to play yet. I'm just saying to get used to the dynamic of how the game plays. So when you play the gunslinger or the witch, you'll have a better understanding. You'll be better prepared right from the get-go. You know what I mean? I think you know this. You just like playing all these cool classes, and I don't blame you. But in that case, I think you played better than your first one with that character, for sure. You were getting the hang of this lay back and stay in the distance and, avoid close combat. You did that. But I think you'll admit that it is pretty challenging to play, right? The gunslinger.
Mhm.
So, but you can play whatever you want. That's what I recommend anyway. What do I know? But anyway. So, you've got these 2 bodies belonging to the same player. It's ridiculous. Oh, dizzy. And you've got to take care of that. You've got all this treasure and stuff, equipment you're not sure what you're going to do with. It's going to take time taking these bodies out. The other thing that's a concern right now is you have this hanger-on carrying this sword that you guys want desperately to resolve this thing. Now what? We going to go back to Otari? He don't want to go back to Otari. You've got something there to consider. But you do have to get your bearings. You have to figure out, okay, what's next? We just lost another companion. Now what are we going to do? There's a lot going on here. What say you, Arthurian?
Saying it should have been me, but I mean, we can't keep Dip Weasel number 1, i.e. what's his face, wherever, because he doesn't want to go back to Atari. So, I mean, really, the only other option is we go down, we unlock the other level, come back, take the bodies out. That way, that gets Dip Weasel number 1 out of our hair. Carmen, thank you.
Carmen.
That frees us up on the Carmen front because he doesn't want to go back to Atari. He hates the ground it walks on. He's about to catch these hands if he keeps running amok. And so, I mean, really the only real option is go back down, gain access to the lower level. Sheppy has the backpack of Otari.
You want to search through that backpack a little bit more. You found the key, but you also know there's another little pouch in there. You want to take a look at it?
Yeah, Sheppy will. And then, really, that's the only real option that I can see is go back down, put the 4 items on the pedestal, unlock the lower level, gets Carmen out of the way, come back, get Alessandra, get Alara, get him home. And then we come back with a vengeance.
Sheppy's voice abruptly proclaims, "Look what I've found!" And he raises up this pouch, and inside the pouch he reveals pristine condition tools. And once the unbuckle is undone, it folds outward, so it's like a trifold. And inside are all these little picks and little scrapers and pushers and pullers, thieves' tools. And they're in pristine condition.
Well, there's our 4th object.
Sheppy folds it back up and puts the little buckle lock on. We'll use this. This could be an icon. He was a rogue, right? Yes, he was a rogue. These are thieves' tools. We'll use this, Arthurian. You're right.
I say we go back down, put the items on the pedestal, get Carmen the bugger out of here, and then we come back and take our friends home. What do you think over there, Cassandra?
She doesn't quite understand everybody that you're referring to. I assume you mean the guy north of me?
Carmen, this is Cassandra. Cassandra, this is Carmen. He's got the sword. Don't want anybody else to have it, so he had to come down here with us so we can put these iconics on that damned pedestal. And then he's gonna go away, either in a pit or on his own free will. But we need to unlock the later level to drop him off, and then we come back and we take these 2 fallen companions back to Atari to be laid to rest proper.
If you would like, I can keep watch over him while you and Sheppy and Althea bring your former companions back to Atari.
Nope. We either all go together or we don't go. Period. We lost too many friends wandering alone in this bitch. We either all go together as a team or we don't go at all.
I see. It would be unwise to split the party.
Aye.
Very well then.
Ooh.
I follow your lead. As long as you promise we will have an opportunity against the creature.
Oh, we will, lassie. In due time. But for now, we need to get these iconics down there. Get that place unlocked. And then we need to get these 2 home. Let's go get the iconics first.
So
that way he can just go.
So you want to take the iconics to the shrine, wherever that is, right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Alessandra, I gave you control, or Dizzy, I gave you control of Althea. You can move her, roll her dice, take a look at her spells, okay?
Okay.
For as long as we're here. We could do that. Everybody should be clicked on the torch, because that's what I'm going to be using to move here. Otherwise you won't know where we are.
Where's the torch?
I just moved it out of the room. Let me put it back. Right here. See it?
Okay. So just click on it once and it should be good?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll be your token. Don't try and open it up or anything. It's just a torch. It doesn't have any stats. All right, so you make your way into the small kitchen that's adjacent. You all gather yourself up. You sharpen your blades and prepare yourself for a few minutes. And you make your way into this little side room. It's like a little kitchen. It constantly smells like there's cooking coming from it, but there's no evidence of anything cooking. Along the north wall, you see being propped open is this little secret door. The wall itself is covered with knives and spoons and utensils, but somehow there's a puzzle where you move them in certain ways. They're kind of bolted to the wall. It opens this door. And not to go through that again, you've pried it open. You pass through that and into this very narrow passageway. Well, let me turn the torch on. You can't see anything. You get into this one chamber here that's full of muddy bodies. Or not muddy bodies. It's full of mud. Here you come to a split, a fork. Now, Arthurian, you've been here before. There is a route that takes you to the north and a route that goes east. Which one are you taking?
We're gonna go north.
You'd never taken that one before, or have you? I think you did.
I believe I did.
That's the one with...
Yeah, 'cause I can remember that if we go to the right, then we're going to be engaged by those tomb guards. So we went north once we got out of there.
Do you remember this?
Yeah, because it turns and it goes left.
Yeah, you've been in here before. I believe you were. I hope I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. This passageway.
Yeah,
this
been
passage.
here.
This passageway goes to the north, and it comes to a dead end. However, you see what looks like the outline of a door. And when you push on it, it gives way into another chamber. Let me reveal this. I'm going to briefly bring you into the chamber as if you're peeking through. Okay, so you're not in the chamber. Let us read. 3 5-foot square iron cages. The bars lined with spikes on the inside hang from chains in the middle of this chamber. Blood-crusted manacles dangle from the chains on the west wall. To your left. Straight ahead, actually. A stout wooden table with more manacles anchored to it stands in the southwest corner. On it sits a whip made of blood-red leather with a silver handle. Standing in the chamber, you see a horrible sight. Arthurian. You all see this. I'll ask you again. Were you in this chamber, Arthurian, before?
Don't remember it.
Aha,
I remember the path,
you do.
but I don't remember being in here.
Well, welcome. The strange blue-tinted skinned creature, bald, not a hair on its body, stands before you on the further end of the chamber, between the cages. You can see it slowly moving, its hand rubbing across the bars of the closest cage. Ah, at last it is fresh blood that you bring me. I see you. Come inside and entertain me. And it slowly begins to waltz across the room, turning to face you, Arthurian. What do you do at this point? You're peering through this doorway. Cassandra, Arthurian, Sheppy behind you.
Well, since I don't remember it, I'm gonna back out. Back out and shut that door.
It's tricky.
Oh.
It's tricky to close because there's no handle. It's simply something you pushed. There is no latch. If you'd like to do as best as you could and still back out, you can do so. But in the interim, this creature is starting to move towards you. Suddenly, before everything goes out of sight, you see the chains begin to move back and forth all around the room. These dangling chains. They begin to move and sway as this creature draws near towards you, slowly strutting in your direction.
Nope, backing out.
All right. No, wait, come. And you hear it quicken its pace towards the doorway. What do you do at this stage? You could run. Run in sheer terror, perhaps. Or you could stay.
What is it that you want?
I simply want to see you. You bring blood. I have gifts for you and friends, perhaps. Come in.
Oh, I'm gonna regret this, but Arthurian's gonna motion for everybody else to stay at the doorway. I'm gonna stand in the doorway.
All right, come.
That way, if I need to quickly escape, I got it.
You're going into the chamber?
Oh, I'm standing in the doorway. Ain't dumb enough to go in there.
Ah, good. You bring friends as well, I think. And it tries to look beyond you. It's about 10 feet from you at this stage, but it doesn't come any closer, and it's trying to look beyond you. Are the rest of you peeking in? Whoever's in second place? I think that might be
Yeah, peeking in.
You're peeking in?
Yep.
Yes. All of you come in. I have things to show you. Come, dwarf. And it begins to reach towards you. It's starting to close in on you, Arthurian. It takes another few steps.
Is it hostile?
It looks absolutely appalling. Threat.
Yep, backing out.
Did you see the picture? Did I share it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. It was awesome.
No, backing out.
Okay, now you back up.
Arthurian's going to immediately order a full-scale withdrawal.
All right. If you would like to run, you can do that. You move twice your rate and make a good pace. If it decides to pursue you, we have a problem. Okay? You can do that. You can run. Do you want to do that, or you just want to back away and slowly work your way to that chamber previous?
Does it make sense to try to run carrying two bodies?
We're not carrying the bodies
Oh,
yet.
we left them in the room. Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's run.
All right. Arthurian breaks out in a run. Everybody, go! And you're in the rear, Arthurian, because you can basically, there's enough room to just turn and follow who's in front of you. There's no way to get beyond each other. So whoever is last.
Arthurian's just gonna scream run.
Okay.
What's going on, guys?
It's a good thing you're here.
I'm being a chicken right now. Already lost one character tonight. It's not going to happen again.
A lot, Jesse. A lot's been going on here.
Am I still dead?
No.
No, I got you.
Okay.
Alessandra died, though.
Wait!
Dead?
Wait,
Yep.
where are you going? You hear behind you as you begin to run. It almost turns into a dead flight in terror as you begin to move faster, knowing that there's something horrible behind you, possibly pursuing. You make your way down this snaking 5-foot wide corridor, and once again you reach the open space where you currently are on the map. Jesse, you're probably clicked on your token. You're going to have to scroll up and click on the torch.
It's still loading.
Okay.
Hang on.
Let me make your character invisible. Save you
All
some
right.
time.
Here we go.
Bonk.
Click on the torch.
Yeah, it should automatically have you on the torch.
Can you tell me where that is? Because I've been listening, but I haven't seen any change in the map.
It's up north of our current position
Yep, I see it.
of where you are right now, Cassandra. It's up north, just in the
Well, I've gone north a lot, and I still see nothing but darkness.
Could be you have to refresh the page. Could be out of sync.
Okay, there it is now.
Got
Right.
it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you found yourself back in this bigger natural cave. The ground is very soft and muddy. The four of you. Yeah, to catch up, Sheppy. Alessandra died. Her character was slain in battle. So that did happen. You found what could be Otari's thieves' tools inside that backpack. Beautiful, pristine set of thieves' tools, as well as a strange key. Okay, I should have drugged them to the treasure chest, but they're in the backpack that you have.
Okay.
All right, so just make a mental note of that. You've all
yeah, because we think that's the fourth iconic.
Yeah, most likely.
Could be. You've all decided, you know what? Let's head for that shrine, dump everything off, because we got this guy Carmen in tow with that sword. We got to get this resolved before we haul bodies back to Otari. There's going to be questions. So that's
So
where
we
you're
jumped
at.
out of the frying pan into the fire, right?
Yeah, you went wandering in the caves, heading back for where you think the shrine is. You wound up in a room you thought you were in before, but evidently not. Arthurian wasn't sure. And you got into this room that looks like a torture room, and here is this blue-skinned, human-sized creature that's bald, no hair on its body. It's got cuts all over its flesh, and it's bound in chains all over its torso and arms. Chains were dangling from the walls. There's these cages, 3 of them, that were in the center of this room with spikes on the inside of the cage, for whatever was in there was being tortured by such spikes. And it invited you to come in. Fresh blood. Come,
Yeah,
show
sure.
me things. Arthurian turned, and everybody ran in terror. And here you are right now.
Trying to go to the altar of the iconics.
Yeah.
We're not ready for you. Bye.
Oh, we've already lost somebody tonight. We're not about to have that happen again.
No.
I don't know. So now you're faced with this situation. It doesn't seem to be pursuing. In fact,
We'll be back. See ya.
is that what you're saying? Are you beckoning it?
No.
Okay. Remember, stay in character, please. I'll take what you're saying as legit. You're back in this main chamber. Nothing seems to be pursuing you. Now, the corridor to the east, that's the corridor you've been through before. That leads to Well, that's how you just went through there. You just come up through there. So that's the door you were just in. Let me take you in there, in fact, and refresh everybody's memory. Okay.
This is where we met Alara.
Yep. This is the corridor that along the walls there's these coffins. You can see them on the map. To the south is this freaking barrier that is preventing you, it's been told to you, to get further down below to confront Belcora and solve this mystery. Now, you've never gone up to this barrier. You don't know much about it. You just see it in the distance. But it's evidently a barrier. To the north, you see another glowing blue orbs. There seems to be more than one of them, and it looks like they're moving. If you really look to the north, you'll see that. There's something going on there.
Glowing blue. Bad.
According to Otari, the shrine lies to the north of the barrier.
Well, let's go and see, but be warned, I'm calling pineapples on everything.
Sounds good.
So does everybody know what's going on now?
We're gonna put all our stuff on that, right? That blue thing.
I believe that's the plan, and hope that the ward opens.
All right.
You begin to advance forward over the rubble. And as you do so, you remember this is where you met Alara. This is where Marshall was slain.
It's too soon, Fritz.
Yeah. The pain is real.
And I didn't take the Warhammer, Sheppy. I sort of left that for you to do.
I gotcha.
Thought we could RP that out as we were walking.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. Before we go up there, here.
What's this, Sheppy?
This is from my friend. He held it closely. It does me no good. So, there you go. A fine warhammer. Weighing me down.
I bet. It's heavy. It's got some heft to her.
It does.
I'll take good care of it, lass. I'll take good care of it, Sheppy. I know who it belonged to.
I don't know how to add it to your sheet, but
It's just a regular Warhammer, isn't it?
the +1 warhammer.
So, might I understand correctly that blue barrier, that's where we're headed? There's this... Am I right?
Yeah.
I believe
Yep.
so.
We have to be careful, though. If there's something up there, run.
Well, I was going to say, do we want to take 10 minutes and then maybe I can tend to both of you again? Because I think Sheppy's still quite hurt.
Yeah, Sheppy's pretty hurt, so
Sounds like a plan.
we can do that. Fritz, it looks like you're going to have to move that +1 Warhammer to my inventory. I can't find it in the items directory.
Try the compendiums directory, and at the bottom of the compendium directory is a browser. Click that and look up equipment or weapons, whatever it is. You could find it that way and drag it to a sheet.
But it is a +1 warhammer, though.
Oh, is it? I usually have
so
to
you have
make
to move
those.
it from my sheet.
I usually have to make those.
Couldn't you just move it from my sheet to his sheet?
Yeah, if it's already made.
Yeah, it's already there.
So,
Identify.
who is it? It's on your sheet?
Yeah, it's on Chapt.
All right, let me
His
see.
weapons.
Let me see if I could open the sheet because I'm having trouble opening things here. I don't know why. All right, got that open. 1 second. Okay. Now, what am I after here?
The +1 Warhammer at the top there.
See if you got it.
It's off my
Got
sheet.
it.
Okay.
All right.
No need to
There you go, my
identify.
friend. Put it to use. Kill something.
Aye. Yo, you know me, Sheppy. I'll give it a fair go.
Right.
Right.
All right, so before we move up, Cassandra's just going to tend to them again.
Okay.
This will be for Sheppy. Oh, that's a success.
Why is this not opening?
You're a dynamo with the healing.
14. And this will be for Arthurian.
That's a critical.
That's a critical.
Oof.
Got 20, only needed 6.
That's the roll I needed.
So she just looks sort of wistfully at Sheppy and says, hopefully this will do for now. Shall we approach the barrier?
All right, you guys go first. I'll hang back.
That is wisdom.
Carmen, you better not wimp out on us.
Get up there.
This isn't my fight. I'll be back in here. This isn't up to me. You're the heroes. I'm not.
Well, we need the sword on that table.
The sword is right here. He holds it up in his hands. Now, just to verify, you're heading north, correct? Or are you heading south to the barrier over the steps? Which way are you going? I thought you were headed north. North.
According to Atari, we had to go north to drop the stuff off on the pedestal.
We're thinking it's this thing.
Okay. Since you've really been in this room now, I'm going to read this text for you for Eric. I don't think I've read this for him. Just to get a feel for this place. Short little text here. The ceiling of this wide hall rises to a height of 20 feet. Stone sarcophagi carved with tormented, emaciated figures stand upright in alcoves along its walls. To the northeast, a 15-foot wide portion of wall has crumbled. That's where you're currently located. Crumbled away into a series of ledges that drop down. You've been there before. Eerie blue light glow to the north and south. The light to the south is brighter and constant, while the light to the north seems to flicker. As you draw closer at this point, you can see that. You can see that there's actually multiple blue lights, and they seem to be flickering in and out or moving or something. There's something up ahead that's creating this blue light. Do you continue forward?
I do. Warhammer in hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any exploration activities I should be aware of, just in case?
I will be. I forget what's the one where you get the initiative bonus.
That's scouting.
Scouting. That's it.
Okay. That's good to know, because everyone's going to use that, because as you draw closer to this chamber, this room that opens up wide, first of all, let me put on Althea's light spell so you guys can see. Okay, there's the light spell. Arthurian. There you are. Whoops. What is that?
Oh, great.
I don't know what that was. It's not a creature. It's something else. Although it looks like one. It's actually not. That's an equipment thing. Yeah, guess remains. All right, can everybody see their token in the map?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. As you get to right about here, Arthurian, who's leading the way. Shall I assume single file?
2
Well,
by
we
2.
can.
2 by 2? You guys can put yourself where you are. Some kind of marching order. Okay. Althea in the rear,
Yeah.
tripping over the stones. Suddenly, Cassandra, to your right, a mere feet away, one of the caskets, the door slams open and crashes against the wall. As does on the opposite side. You hear the same thing, Arthurian. On the opposite wall, one of the caskets spits out some type of black, dark, shadowy creature bearing a sword in its hand. And I will reveal that.
Form up, prepare for engagement.
Something to burn finally.
Keep it high and tight. These things are nasty.
Sheppy, you recognize these creatures. These were the creatures that engaged you and took Marshall's life. The very creatures that took command of his life. You fought them once before. We need to roll initiative. Open up your trackers and it should all be set up for you. There you go, Eric. Make you visible on the tracker. So go ahead and roll your perception. Everybody gets a +1. If it makes a difference, I'll adjust it. I don't know if... I don't want to make you guys re-roll. So yeah, Skippy was particularly paying attention to this, and he saw it at the last second. There, look out! In front of you, Cassandra! Ah! So everybody actually has a +1 to initiative. Let me see if it makes a difference. No, it's not going to make a difference. All right. Let's begin this. These creatures suddenly burst out of these coffins along the walls. And we begin. All right. This one to your left, Arthurian, is up first. Let me change the music. I'm not even hearing any music. That's good enough. What is it going to do? It's right next to you. It's going to attack you directly, Arthurian, with this great blade that almost it almost has a glow to it. You're not sure, but it is a nasty blade. Now, your shield should be raised if you were defense. So,
I had to leave my shield behind to get Sheppy.
all right.
Sure.
That's unfortunate. All right, and your armor class is 21. You are hit. You're going to take some damage. You're going to take 13 points of slashing damage. Refresh my memory. Okay. Okay, and go ahead and make a fortitude save for me. Blind. As this blade cuts into your flesh, it's cold and it's searing. There's something... what was it? Excellent. Okay, you're okay. But it cuts and it's cold, and as it draws across your forearm flesh, it feels a lot worse than it looks. And it's going to launch another attack against you with this blade. Oh. Give me another fortitude save.
You're fine.
Okay. The second blow catches you as well. It cuts deep into your torso. You feel once again a cold shiver run through your body, but it's different this time. As the blade pulls itself free of your armor, you feel weakened. Your body begins to almost fall to the ground. You are drained 1. And suddenly, it begins to stare down at you. You will bow down, dwarf. It's going to attempt something here. Let's see, where is it? Boom. What is your... What is your will DC?
Will DC is 19.
You are frightened as the words pierce to your soul. Give yourself the frightened 1 condition. At least you're not sickened anymore. Okay, so you're drained 1 and you're sickened, or you're drained 1 and you're frightened 1.
But now, how does bravery
Ah, okay.
work with that?
You don't get frightened.
Because anytime you gain the fright condition, reduces value by 1.
All right, boom. You
Yep.
are not frightened. Excellent. Excellent. Awesome. Your bravery pushes through. Your words mean nothing to me. Excellent. Okay. Moving on here. Althea is up next. Dizzy.
Althea turn undead.
What? Oh. Dizzy, you're up. Nah, there's no turning undead in this. You got turn undead?
No.
That would come in
Got
handy.
heal.
Heal.
Let's play some combat music.
She's going to cast heal on Arthurian.
If you cast heal
You-
3, you'll
Yeah.
damage them.
Yeah, because it's a 30-foot emanation. They're the only undead.
Great idea.
She'll do that then.
Put it in chat.
I'm reading through her spells. And it's 2nd level, right?
Whatever level it's
Whatever
under.
level you want to cast it at.
Well, whatever she has it prepared as. You can't
Oh,
just
yeah, that's
choose.
right.
She's not a sorcerer. Well, let me open your sheet if I can here. Spells. Let's see. Yeah, if you cast a heal spell, she has level 2 prepared. And she has a level 3 and a level... No, she has level 1 and level 2. Let's put it in the chat. Alright. That seems too loud.
Guess you could do a 3-action heal. Everybody would get back a D8 plus 8, and they would take a D8 plus 8 damage.
Doesn't she do D10?
I guess that's right, she does D10.
Yep.
But we get back a D10 plus 8.
So Dizzy, just spend 3 actions to cast this positive energy wave that'll heal your friends and damage anything that's undead. If they are truly undead, you'll know it because they'll make some screaming noises. That's a 3 action, and it bursts out in a 30 feet direction. It's going to give all your friends D10s. Is it 2D10?
I believe so. I believe it's 2D10.
Alright, and it's the 30-foot elimination, right?
Just click the healing button, and we'll multiply it.
Plus 8.
And plus 8. So everybody gets 15 points. Now let's make some savings throws for these undead. Save DC is what?
20, basic fortitude.
Yep, there it is. Let's click it and see what happens. Alright, so this one is going to howl in absolute pain as it takes some positive energy damage. The one that struck you, Arthurian. The one in front of Cassandra, however, pays no heed to the energy that bursts out from Althea. Right.
Does it take extra damage because of weaknesses?
If it has them.
If it does. Does it look like it?
Moving on. She's done. Or it goes to the other creature, which is in front of you. Cassandra. Give me a moment here.
Hey, I'm gonna have to bow out here soon.
All right, let's finish the round. You want to do that?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. All right, the one attacking Cassandra. Let me close this. I got too many things going on here. Sorry. Cassandra, it looks villainous at you And again, a blade comes in your direction. This time... And what's your armor class? 22. It misses. It
22.
clangs against the wall. You avoid it deftly. And then it reaches at you with a gnarly looking claw this time. And that one just manages to hit you. The claws rake across your face, catching you unawares. It's going to do some normal damage. Oh, you're going to take 8 points of slashing damage. And it's going to try one more. One more against the monk. Let's do a third attack here. Because you never know. Again, with the claw, it reaches towards you. Ooh. It just hits. You are being bloodied. You're going to take 9 points of slashing damage. So it got you twice. Okay, Arthurian, you're up. Again, we'll finish this round. Okay?
Okay, I'm going to attack the one that attacked me, the one on the left.
Okay.
Not good enough.
Nope.
We'll try that again. 20.
You hit.
Rush him.
10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oof.
There you go.
Yes. You do connect and you shatter it. Well, you don't shatter it. 10? Yes.
And let's see here.
Take a step over to the left. So that we may double team it, says Cassandra.
I'm going to try to grapple this thing.
Paying Cassandra no heed.
Yeah, well,
Still
I'll be
leave.
stepping that way, but I'm trying to grapple.
Okay.
No, but step is its own action.
Yeah, but if I grapple it, then it's restrained and we both can't move.
Yeah, but you get the multiple attack penalty. If you just move one over, I can flank it.
Yeah, but then you can be outflanked. We can try that, though. I'm going to take... Yeah, I'll take a step to the left there. Square up.
Okay. So you attacked, and stepped?
Yep.
Okay, so you're good. Sheppy, you're up. Time to wield some magic.
All right.
Fireball.
Not yet.
God, you guys haven't defeated anything yet. You did make some progress. You're going to get some experience points for that. Burning Hands. 2d6 fire damage to creature in the area, which is 15-foot cone. Oh, be careful. That's really cutting it close. Where were you going?
How do you
with that?
turn? How do you turn this thing?
I can't see it. Do you have a cone in place?
I didn't click it because if I click it, I can't move it.
I think you put it on a corner or your center of your square, and then you move it the way you want. Either a corner of your square or the center of the square. That's not even on your square.
All right. Get rid of it. It's not going to work. I have to use something else.
That's going to hit your friends, no matter what you do.
I see that. I see it now.
Okay.
I don't want to do that.
Okay.
I am going to put a flaming sphere in this square. He has to make a DC 20 reflex.
All right, that's that little ball that floats around in front of you and rolls around in front of you and lands in a square?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and put it in the thing here so I could make a save.
It's there.
Okay. Oh, prematurely explodes. It hits a cricket or something. You lose your spell. You destroyed the cricket, though. It goes up in a flame.
Burnt to crisp.
Yeah.
Shippy eats it.
Yeah. All right, let me get off of this. Get over here. Click on reflex save. Okay, failure. It's just a normal failure. What happens? How much damage?
Damage.
19?
11 points.
And what kind of damage?
Fire.
Fire. Okay. $11?
Yeah.
Boy, you guys are taking these guys to dinner and then some.
All right, and then I'm going to cast my focus spell. A little ball of fire appears in my hand, and I flick it at him. The spell attack. $14 is not going to do it.
Nope. He fends it off.
That's it.
He bats it out of the air with his sword. Okay, we got one more. That's Cassandra. Finally, Eric gets to do something. Here you go, Cassandra.
I'm going to move over to here.
Okay.
One action.
Okay.
As a second action, I'm going to go into Tiger Stance. Now, do I have to drag that to my token to activate it, or is it going to do it automatically?
Yeah, there's at the bottom it says stance. Tiger stance. Drag that to your token.
Drag that onto my token.
Yeah. That'll remind you that you're in that
Perfect.
stance. I think
And then, as my last action, I'll do Flurry of Blows. So, this.
I'm looking.
And this. For a second, I probably didn't hit. So 20 and 14.
Oh, you got to make that guy flat-footed.
yeah, I'm trying. I don't think it works. Ah, darn it. I'm going to have to fix my hotkeys. I'll just subtract 1. It's 1, right? Flat-footed is
It's
minus
2.
1. Is it minus 2?
Flat foot 2.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, minus 2. Circumstance. I'm getting tired. All right, so what do you got going here? You've got the...
20 and a 14.
And let's see what he's got. He's got
-2.
yeah, minus 2. 1 hits. The first one.
All right.
Nice.
And it has to make a DC 20 save.
That's 8. DC 20 save. Where was that?
Fortitude save.
Oh. Success.
Okay, so it's not stunned.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Awesome. Monks are great. They're so cool.
I could do one more round if y'all want to keep going.
I'm good.
One more?
I'm okay.
Okay, let me move the turn forward. Bum, 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 bum. It's time for this one creature here that burst out and attacked ruthlessly against Arthurian. Let me see. You got him flanked. That's not good. It turns around to face you, Cassandra. It's following your movements, and it tries to catch you with its blade, cutting through the air. It just catches you. 9 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And also make a fortitude save. As the blade cuts into you, you feel its coldness. You begin to grow weak in the legs. You feel it. It's draining you. You're drained 1. Does your
Shit. 17 failed to save?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes. Okay. I'm doing the best I can with these creatures, but you're doing really good. Let's see. It caught you on the first attack, right? It's going to step aside and try and catch you, Arthurian. Once again, it sees you are greatly weakened as well, and it's going to make another attack, this time with its claws. It tries to rake across your face. And it misses. You easily block that blow. Okay, Althea's up next. Vengeance. Here's your chance for vengeance from Marshall. You with us, Kyle? Or no, Dizzy. Sorry.
I'm here.
Okay. We're just going through one more round.
Okay.
Got any more heal spells? She'll be mad when she gets back and finds all her healing spells gone again. She gets so mad.
We take advantage of it.
We do.
It's all right.
You do, I don't.
I know.
Where's all my spells? Drained. There's nothing
Just
left.
tell her I took care. I did it. And we'll be all right.
Yeah, you're fine, Dizzy. Don't worry about it. Do what you think is best. Try it out. You might like clerics. I love clerics.
I used to play cleric
I just realized something.
at one point.
I just realized something. We're missing Tamira. Where's Tamira?
Is in here with us.
Yeah. Didn't she come with us?
Yeah, she did.
She disappeared mysteriously. Yeah, she's nowhere to
She
be
saw
found.
this and she's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, she's gone. Oh well. She's been guarding the bodies.
I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah. What are you doing, Dizzy? What you got loaded in the chamber? When in doubt, if you got a missile weapon, pull it out. Shoot from a distance. It doesn't have to all be magic. Attempt to recall knowledge. Find weaknesses in the creatures. Attempt to intimidate them. You never know. A little gnome. Who would have guessed? Throw a rock at him. Just go crazy. Have some fun.
Blast
with
them with magic.
Don't listen to him. He's always
She's
overpowered.
going to use Disrupt Undead on the target.
Okay, put that in the chat. Let's see what that's about. This ought to be interesting. You lance the target with energy. You do 1d6 positive damage, plus your spellcasting ability modifier, whatever that is for you, wisdom. The target must attempt a basic fortitude save. If the creature critically fails the save, it also is enfeebled. All right, so yeah, it's just a straight up save on my part. Who's the target?
The the creature that Arthurian and Cassandra are not facing.
So the one on me that's injured.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of the way, Sheppy! Now Thea lurches forward with
Sheppy
her
ducks.
hand, and a big piercing ray appears from her hand as she chants these sacred words of Desna. And it misses. Oh no, it's a savings throw. So it's gonna, in this case, it's gonna take. Roll your damage. Should have done that first, but go ahead. All right, and it was successful, so it's gonna take half of what you rolled. So 6 points. 6 points of positive energy. Ah! Lets out a scream of agony that scares everybody. It's quite harrowing sound. Okay, how many actions was that? 2? Okay, get one more action. Stop it, Walter. Get over here.
That'll be it for now.
I could do anything?
Um,
Scream profanities?
Maybe try to recall knowledge so we can figure out what these are.
Or cast shield.
Yeah. Recall knowledge you can do. It's going to be just make a recall knowledge. Should be religion. Yeah, religion.
she'll do
It's religion.
recall knowledge.
It's religion. So just make a
Okay.
religion check to see if you can figure anything out. Okay, Althea. Not sure she did a check on these before or not. I don't remember. But in this case, you don't know what kind of beings these are. There's something different about these. At first you were thinking they were ghosts or something. Again, tales from when you grew up as a child. You heard stories of these black ghostly creatures with blades, but you don't recall what that might be. Now, I use a house roll. I do allow players that fail a recall knowledge, and you don't really know if you fail. I allow them to continue to re-roll. You can continue to make attempts if you fail in combat only. Normally, when you fail, you don't get any more checks. But in combat, I allow you to continue making checks because I'm simulating that idea that, your mind isn't totally focused on what's going on because of the chaos of battle. You might make a mistake. You might forget something in the heat of the moment. So you can keep making them. All right, so there is that. All right, Althea is done. That's what I do anyway. Makes sense to me. Okay, next creature. The one that was over here where Cassandra was standing. It turns to face you, Cassandra. It sees you weakened, and it begins to move in your direction. This time with its sword raised high above you, it strikes. Ah! It hisses at you. 25. That's a hit. It's going to do some damage. You need to make a fortitude save. As it cuts into your bare flesh. 13 points of slashing. Okay.
13.
Yeah, 13 slashing.
They're wielding long swords.
Yes, they have a long sword in their hand and a claw at the ready.
Yep.
All right, so you're okay. You don't feel anything else going on. Although, Let me update this guy with something nice. Okay. All right. That was one attack, right? Second attack is going to miss you. In the third case, it attempts to demoralize you.
Didn't it move?
That's 3 actions, no?
Move, doop, doop. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. There was no intimidation. Okay, so he's done. Arthurian, you're up.
Start smacking the one in front of me.
Time to smack down.
Oh, man. Bugger.
No,
Oh.
one. That ain't gonna happen.
You got a hero point?
No, I don't have one. I
Give your-
used it saving you.
Give yourself one
Oh, yeah.
because that was heroic. Give yourself one. If you want to re-roll that, you can.
Yeah, I'll re-roll that.
All right. I should have gave you one last combat.
27.
Ooh, that is going to be a normal hit. Roll damage.
6 points of bludgeoning damage.
6 points of bludgeoning damage will be recorded. Yes.
From my +1 Warhammer.
There you go. Since I gave it to you, you've been hitting.
We're gonna give it another go.
Oh, you almost had the 20 there.
Almost had the 20. Almost. I'm gonna headbutt it.
Okay. Sheppy, do you have one more action?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm,
God.
I'm just gonna headbutt it. It probably ain't gonna hit, but I'm just gonna. Yeah, no, it didn't even hit.
Okay. Sheppy, you're up next.
All right. Now I can do my burning hands.
Yeah.
I'm going to make the cone so it edge goes like this.
All right. Wait a minute.
There you
You're abandoning your sphere.
No, I'm going to sustain it and move it to this square.
Okay.
And then I'll cast. Well, we'll do that first.
Yes. One thing at a time, Jesse. Put it in the chat so I can make the save.
There you go.
Okay. So you back it up a little bit. He's going to make a reflex save to see if it catches him by surprise or not. And where is it? Okay. Success. I don't think it takes any damage with a success. It says a basic reflex save, though.
No damage.
None?
Nope.
Okay.
Last sentence.
All right. So what's next?
Level 2 burning hands. And it's going to hit both of them. So they both have to make a DC 20 reflex.
Action hands for 2 to 6 creature in the area. It is a 15-foot cone. Yeah, you can catch them both. Everybody be safe. All right, let's do the guy in the front. DC 20 basic reflex. Does it get out of the way? Is it caught? Failure. Roll your damage, by the way. Let me do the other guy. So we got a failure, and then we've got a failure, 2 failures. And you got 17 damage? Oh no, 13.
On the first one.
No, it's the same for both in this case. I'm going to count
Same?
it once.
All right.
We'll do 13. In this case. Okay. Curious about something. And Cassandra, you're up. And I think we'll call it there, I think. After Cassandra.
In Tiger Stance, I can step 10 feet, so I'm going to do that to come over here. Flurry of blows. First one.
Hits.
Come on.
Nice.
2 hits.
Very good.
Oh, I gave myself 6 damage for some reason.
Calm down, calm down. Let's not get excited here.
Got so excited he clawed himself.
So 6 and 5, so that's 11 total.
Wow. All right, you get this one in particular. You're really savaging. This one's been beat
Still
up
up,
a
though?
lot. It's still up. It's
I have
looking.
one more action, so I'm gonna try and hit it. I might get lucky.
Ah, nope. Critical failure. Okay. You almost got that one that you're flanking there, but nope. It's still standing, but it's looking bad. It's dragging its sword. No, I give up.
Plus, it's got a flaming spear burning in the square.
Yeah, it
So
does.
he's on fire.
Yeah, it does. It's avoiding it, though. No, it's actually, you hit him. All right. Do you want to end it here, or do you want to try and finish off one? It's up to you, Kyle, because I know you're getting tired. It's up to you.
If we go quick, then yeah, I can go ahead and stay for one more. At least get one of them down, and then we'll call it.
Okay.
That's what she said.
That's what she knows.
Oh, Dizzy, stop it. Stop it, Dizzy.
I started it today.
Yeah, you did. That's all I've been hearing all night long. Dizzy does it all the time. She does it all the. She's always saying that in my chats. Man, never lets up.
My apologies to the gods.
Hellfire.
Yeah, I can do a quick round.
All right. Where are we at? Sheppy or who's next?
Top of the order.
Sandra just went.
I'm not paying attention. All right, top of the order. That's this creature right here. Oh, you know what isn't loaded? The turn marker. Remember the turn marker that shows up on your token?
It's not loaded.
Yep, it's not loaded. I gotta load that.
No.
I don't know which one it is now. All right. Whoops, I killed him. Sorry.
That's fine.
All right, so this guy's up next. He turns to face you, Cassandra, seeing you, and his mouth opens up wide, and it reaches at you with a claw. $33. That's a crit, I believe. Right?
Sure.
Wow. Okay.
I think we should have bowed out when we had the chance.
18 points slashing with the claw. No save, no fortitude stuff, I mean. So that's that. It's going to try and catch you again with the claw.
Down, eh?
Oh, you're down.
Yep.
That puts you at dying too.
Yeah, because of the crit.
Oh. Did I crit? Yeah, I did.
32? Yeah, that's 33 is a crit.
Oh, what a bad time to leave the session. So she's at wounded 2, or dying 2, so that's that. Turns to face you, Arthurian, instead, and it rolled a 14. I think that misses.
That's a mess on epic proportions. I should get a counterattack for that.
Well, you're going to get one because it's taken a move action. So if you want to strike with a reaction, do it as it pulls away.
24.
24 is going to hit. It's normal damage.
Crunch.
Yep, that's going to catch it.
5 points.
5 points.
Kill it.
That is exactly what it had for hit points.
Strike down my friend, you bitch. Whap!
Okay. All right, so you did your reaction. You don't
And
have
he's going
that
to shout,
one, right?
Althea, you get to hell.
Althea, she's up next in the back next to Sheppy. Watch out for the flaming sphere, he says. Go ahead. That doesn't matter.
This is on fire here.
No, you can move through that. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You have to move it and keep it sustained to do damage. So.
don't see her having stabilize.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to go. It's much later than I thought it was. I thought it was
Okay.
10 to 11. It's actually 10 to 12.
All right.
I was looking at my watch, thinking I still had half an hour, but I'm really way over. But it's right. It's fine, right? Because I'm down, so I'm not gonna have to take a turn anyway.
Yeah, you're
So
right.
I'll just catch up next time.
Do you have
So
a
have a
hero
great-
point?
I do.
So, do you want to use that hero point when your turn comes to recover fully?
Sure, that sounds great.
Okay.
That sounds great. All right, have a great week, everybody.
All right.
You
Thanks,
too,
Eric.
bud.
See you
Thanks,
next
Eric.
Sunday.
Thanks, Eric. All right, I moved him in the initiative. He's at the top. Goes to Althea. We'll finish this until Kyle's ready and Dizzy.
Yeah, after this one, I'm gonna have to call it.
It's all right.
Yeah, I'm looking for spells. I don't see her having stabilize, so
No, but if you cast heal, it works very much the same.
it does.
Yeah, because you'll remove the dying condition.
Alright, then she will cast heal.
.30 foot, 3 action. What do you? What? How many actions?
That was, let's see here.
Are you doing the same one that you were doing before?
Yes.
All right, so the 30-foot 3 action, 11 plus 8.
19.
19.
All right, everybody gets 19 hit points back, including Cassandra. That takes.
Nice.
So she'll be wounded 2.
I don't have access to her, Fritz.
All right, let me look real quick. She was dying too, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
The only bad problem is if she goes down via crit again, she's dead.
Well, she's only wounded 1. Not wounded 2.
Okay.
I think. My mind isn't working. Getting tired. But she's back up. She's going to have 19, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. And then with her last action,
That was all 3.
that was not 3. Oh,
The enemy needs to make a save.
Yes. And what is that save? DC 20?
Basic fortitude.
Here it is. And the damage was what? 15?
19.
19. Okay, so it gets a success, so it's halved. So it'll be 10 points of damage. Now, this creature is still in good shape. He's, for all intents and purposes, ready to rumble. Very good, Dizzy. You're getting in stride here. And we're going to go to this white next, and he's going to take an action. He sees that his companion has fallen and the sword collapsed to the floor with a clang. He turns to look at his opponents. He sees Cassandra fallen down on the floor. He looks at you, Arthurian, as the greatest threat, and he slowly begins to advance on your position. You ready yourself, but is it enough? It strikes with its sword. It comes down on you left and right, clanking on your armor. You try to block it. What are you using, your mace? No, you drop that.
Warhammer.
Warhammer. You block it with your warhammer effectively and almost smash his sword with your block. It pulls away and it tries to strike you again with its long sword. Again, left and right clanging against you. It pierces towards your chest. You just manage to deftly get out of the way. This time, you've managed to go unscathed against its attack. Arthurian, you are next. How do you reply?
I start swinging that hammer.
The hammer comes at the white.
28
Ooh, you hit him for normal damage. Way into that creature.
for 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
10 points of damage, bludgeoning. It crashes against the creature. You can feel it writhe in pain somehow. Next. It bares its fangs.
And ain't gonna do it for the second
The
strike.
hammer totally misses. Several blows. Seem opportunity missed. And one more. 16. That is a miss.
16. Nope, not good enough.
Sheppy, you are up. You are in the rear. You see this going on, a desperate battle with the dwarf. You can sustain that spell if you'd like and move it into that square. You doing that? Okay, he's doing that. So go ahead and roll damage. Okay. Which one is which? 12. We'll count the first one. Let's make a save. He gets a success. So no damage from the sphere. Alright. You want to call it there?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it there.
Okay. Let me make a note where that sphere is. All right, well, folks, we're going to end our stream here. Let's do our outros real quick. Dizzy, Kyle, you did great. I appreciate it. Eric was great. Rachel's always awesome. Jesse, you're fantastic. Kyle, give us your outro. What'd you think tonight?
I just killed one of the creatures that killed Marshall.
You did.
I'm ecstatic.
You are.
I'm not ecstatic that we lost character. Should have been the frontline tank that bore the brunt of that particular exchange, but had to rescue dear Sheppy. So that kind of is what it is. I'm still upset about it.
I hear you.
Will be for a little bit.
I think Dizzy's going to move on. She's already thinking about other things, so it's all good.
Oh yeah, like she's already got characters planned.
She does.
But a lot of fun. Like I said, I got to defeat one of the enemies that killed Marshall. That was worth it to me.
did. Awesome. That's great.
And that was just awesome right there. So I had a lot of fun. The stuff with Carmen was great. I was about ready to throw down with him. a lot of fun stuff there, Fritz. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Kyle, for playing as usual. I look forward to you when you jump in. It's always good stuff from Kyle. Dizzy, you want to give us your outro and what you thought about the game tonight before you leave? What do you think?
In hindsight, I was happy that Alessandra was able to last longer than Alara, but
You did good.
I kind of always had this feeling in the back of my head that sooner or later Alessandra's luck would run out like Alara's did, and as saddening as it was to lose Alessandra, it gave me a lot of insight. So I'm still trying to come to grips with Alessandra's death. So
Come on, you got this. You're thinking about that witch. I know you are.
but yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun playing her. So
Like I said, it's not if you die, it's how you die. You want to die, your character wants to die heroically. And she did.
I'm going to feel really bad for Althea.
And I should know that. I've lost 3 characters, so it's not about when you die. It's when you die, not if you die.
Yeah. Go out in style.
Yep.
That's all. All right, Dizzy, thanks. Jesse, how about you? Want to do your outro? What'd you think about tonight's session? Jesse, you there? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm talking here to you guys, and I'm muted.
It's all good. It's a
Talking to
tradition.
myself.
What do you think?
All right. Thanks for the great game. I enjoyed it.
Better than Elden Ring.
Well, don't go there.
Come on.
But yeah, it was a good session. Sheppy finally got to burn something. He's happy about that. He's not happy about seeing one of his friends go. He was getting kind of interested in the backstory of her, but now one door closes and another opens. So we shall see.
Awesome.
And as always, my friends, to arms.
Awesome.
Till next time.
Till next time. Folks, I just want to put out a reminder there. 28mm RPG is doing a Traveler session. Should be right now. I just noticed that. He was starting at 11:30. I got a little outro at the end of the video here. You can stay tuned and listen to that. I put that in today. But you can slide over to his channel. The link is in the description, or should be. It's on the page. You can check out his Traveler game. I know he checked out our chat tonight. But, yeah, and I appreciate that. But anyway, folks, great session. Great players. Had a good time. We got a little bit into the rules more tonight because, hey, it's been combat. It's been out of our sessions for 2 weeks now. Wow. Awesome. Good stuff. I had a blast. Got a little tired at the end there. The mind is starting to go, I'm telling you. But, yeah, lost a character. That's okay. We got more planned to come in to replace that. And, yeah, we'll see what happens to the companions next week because I believe we're going to play another Abominations episode 47. Unless Kyle wants to step in with the Wild Beyond. He's working on that campaign behind the scenes. We'll see which one comes. But, yeah. Folks, we're going to call it here. I hope you guys enjoyed. You guys hang in there. Because it's only going to get better. And that's the truth. And I'll see y'all soon. Take care. Toodaloos.
Hey.